Okay, I think we are live.
Live.
Test, test, test.
Live. Test, test, test.
Beautiful.
Test.
Okay. Ah, hey, Ghost.
Everyone's got me all wrong. You think war drives me or power, wealth? Nah, never have. You know what drives me? What I really want? I want answers. Same as you. See, mortals have it easy. When they push up against life's big questions, they can look to us. To give them meaning, divine comfort. We both know that's a sham. But when we have questions, why are we here? To give meaning to mortals while living without it ourselves? No. We're more than that. And I found something that proves it.
What is it?
It's what drives me. You feel it, don't you?
Feels like knowledge. Truth.
All truth. All the answers. We could find out why we're here, learn how to change our fates, stop Ragnarok for
It's the
good,
hair,
maybe.
dude.
Save the people we love.
How?
I was a young god when I found it. Spent lifetimes studying it, following every clue down every dead end, looking for and finally unearthing this. You see that? It shares the same mystical energy.
It opened a crack. Can we just look inside?
I wouldn't recommend that.
What's the broken mask for?
You recognize any writing on it?
These aren't from the Nine Realms. Smolder. Obsidione Spitha. From smoldered earth and obsidian spark. And a field of battles never fought.
Are you certain? Because if that's a clue, I know what it means.
And what's that?
Keep working with me and find out. You don't have to kill anyone. You don't have to betray your father or yourself. Come on, I know you felt what I felt. The answers are in there. Let's get them. I mean, you translated this language like it was nothing.
If I do help you, what's next?
Thor, get down here.
All Father.
Don't do that. What's next is chasing this down. Take this and this stealthy side of beef and see where it takes you.
I don't promise anything.
Nonsense. Happy hunting. And you, go easy on him, you hear me?
Wait, Thor can do that too?
Muspelheim? The rest of the mask is here?
It's where All Father dropped us. What do you think? Just take that and do your damn job.
So, where are we going?
How the fuck am I supposed to know? All Father thinks that you know what you're doing. So do it.
Man, they sure made Thor somebody who really just hates life, man.
Weird. Well, it seems like we go through this rock. I was gonna get that.
With those arms? Let's see what Loki and that shiny toothpick can do.
Whoa, Ingrid! Nice move!
Slow going, eh?
You could maybe help.
Too easy. Where are we supposed to head now?
I'll check.
That mask got directions for us?
Up there. It looks like there might be a ledge we could reach. If we...
Too slow.
Hey!
Oh, I could have used that earlier.
Grab people like that?
No, what else are they gonna do? Throw you? The day's young. Kid, those things up there hitting us with fire. Use your bow already.
Where?
Use the arrow. Up there, arrow, now.
Shut up, Thor.
You know, I took my blood payment from your father for what happened to my sons. But I haven't taken it from you. Yet.
What do you mean?
Later. Don't want to keep the All-Father waiting. Speaking of which...
Right. We need to head through those rocks. Hey, can you... Yeah.
That was weird.
Just imagine what it can do to bone.
You want to talk about blood payment? What about the giants you killed? They were my family. Thamor, Ronan, they were your people too.
The giants were blight on the 9 realms, and I reveled in every single one of their deaths.
Let's just change the subject. You know, last time Father and I were here, we beat every one of Surtur's trials. Think you could...
Don't slay me.
Alka! I wouldn't worry about this now.
I'll screw you. Okay, fine, whatever.
Listen, Modi had some problems, but he was my son. And the only reason you aren't mush right now is because of that broken piece of wood.
Look! Clearly neither of us can do this mission alone. And I want to impress the Allfather just as much
Wait,
as you do.
what broken piece of wood is he
You don't
talking
have to love
about?
me, but we're gonna have to trust each other. Just a little bit.
Trust.
Alka!
Don't bother getting up.
Luaraka!
Good form overall, but not aggressive enough in my opinion.
You're more than welcome to step it up.
This is me trusting you.
Yeah.
Alka!
Okay, so where's the mask saying to go?
The mask is, pulling this way. We'll have to find some way down.
Sure thing.
I wasn't playing you, by the way. The trials are fun. Don't you ever have fun? You're so different from your daughter. She seemed...
Hey, come look at this. Somehow I don't think the mask is telling us to go here.
This can't be the way. Alka!
I'm collecting stuff, you little shit. You piece of crap.
Thor, what the... Ah! Wait, Surtur's shrine.
You didn't die over there, did you?
No, but I was thinking...
Well, that's your problem.
The trials are just past that cliff. Might be something you and Duke can do.
First we deal with them.
Come on, Thor. Just check them out. What have you got to lose?
That's right. Just try it.
You getting tired?
Not in the slightest.
Sword's cool.
An ogre.
You worried?
Not in the slightest.
Too easy.
Alka! Another ogre? Be a little worried.
Neat trick.
Alka!
All right, no problem.
Alka! The Allfather's waited hundreds of winters. He can wait a little more. It's fun.
Fine. Stay right here.
Yes, sir. That should keep him busy for a while. Hopefully.
Come on. Give me a challenge.
Now to get to that shrine.
Hey, Austin.
Thor's still busy. I should get to that shrine.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ingrid. Do you trust the Ace here? I mean, I know I can't trust them. I just need them to trust me. But that's only gonna happen if they think I trust them. Yeah. There's the shrine.
No. I haven't gotten rid of anything lately.
Can't you guys go fight Thor or something? Alka! Alka!
Oh, really?
Hey, Gerboda?
You know, for someone who is trained as a warrior, you are tragically easy to startle.
I didn't. What are you doing here?
A girl can't visit a shrine of her own volition?
You're here for Sorter's marble.
Maybe.
You're out looking for more giant marbles?
Hey,
You know
Mask,
what
what's
this
up?
looks like, right?
I sent you a DM earlier, by the way.
Story of one of our people? And also maybe a storage closet.
No. This looks an awful lot like Defying Destiny.
The question is, what are you doing here?
Rewriting my story.
Odin gave that to you?
It's not. Well, he did, but it's not. I'm not working with him. I would never tell him anything about Ironwood if that's what you're worried about. And I'm definitely not serving him.
It's prophecy's words, not mine. I've got a marble to find. You're welcome to help if you want.
Fine. But are you sure you're up for breaking the rules like this? There aren't any prophecies of you collecting any marbles.
Our endings haven't been written, right? Come on. Shame. Oh, hello there. A sentient sword. Huh. Another marble. Surtur's. No soul in it, though.
So he's still out there somewhere. A while back, you talked about how the giants left. You ever think about them?
All the time. They're far from here. Far from Odin and Thor. But I wonder what lands they've gone to. What seas they've crossed. Why?
I want to find them. I'm gonna save my father, and then
Yeah, I saw that. They drafted some players I actually recognized.
Who is that?
Not Surtur, that's for sure. Look at all that frost.
Sinmara.
Don't think I've heard of her before. And here comes Surtur.
Wow. This must have been some fight.
Yeah, until it wasn't.
They just stalked?
Oh, no. Look, it's because they fought together.
Looks like they even became friends. Good friends.
Are they?
Yeah, I think they are.
Oh, well, that's good for them.
But it looks like their, love caused them to combine into some kind of huge creature.
Ragnarok.
And then,
Ragnarok destroys Asgard.
right, I saw that in Groa's shrine.
Well, that was something. Oh, hey, remember the snake we put that soul in?
Can't really forget that.
I saw it. It's getting bigger. Like, faster than normal bigger.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would happen.
Huh. I'm gonna hang back.
That's got to be
here.
a big advantage if none of the other teams are.
Friend to see a giant he missed.
Of course. Just be careful. Please.
You too, Loki.
Hey, Ingrid. Think Thor died from...
You thought you could defeat the god of thunder?
Oh. My father and I visited this place the last time we were in Muspelheim.
I am.
Feels like
All right,
forever
how
ago.
they. It's not what I expected, which I mean, I think that's probably a good thing, or at least it's not a bad thing. But I thought they were going to kind of make him boisterous and rude, kind of like his sons in the first game. But they've really just made him like this very stoic, tragic, miserable character who doesn't ever seem to be enjoying himself and is just kind of like I don't know exactly how to put it.
Of course.
I admit, that was. There were mountains of corpses by the time I finished. Cut down like the lava running red. Through, Will.
Great. You want to help down here?
Wouldn't think you'd need my help if you beat all those trials. Or did you just watch your father do it? Hey, what's taking so long? You wouldn't believe the scores of these things I just killed. It was glorious. I think you're right. Thrud would. She'd be faring better than you, at least.
I wonder, which team do you think is the best? Like, which team is most likely going to be, like, the likely contender? I guess it would just be whoever got the best quarterback, right? Hey, Silver. Feeling all right.
You could have done that at any time.
You seem to be handling yourself well enough. I was trusting you. So, where to?
Let me check. Looks like we need to head through that gate. Thor?
Ain't that impressive? Real god stuff.
You are a god.
You're damn right.
And so am I.
Yeah.
It's here. This
I mean, I feel fine about it. Our next 3 games relatively soft.
In the lava?
I don't know. No! Ah! Damn it!
Some advice. Sticking your hand in lava is never gonna feel.
So he basically did the LA Beast thing.
It's better that way.
He did the LA Beast thing. He stuck his hand in a...
Oh. Don't try to play me again. You're an okay kid. You're still a giant, and I'll revel in killing you too.
What did you do? Loki. The rift got brighter. Look, you did it.
Look, one of these phrases is complete now. We can read it all.
But you can't translate it.
Not yet.
See, I got a little theory. I think if we can find the rest of this, we can use it to look into that without, you know, losing an eye or worse.
Wait. The first game directly stated that Odin lost his eye because Mimir got him really, really high on mushrooms and he tried to rip his own eyes out. Now this game is saying it's because he was messing around with this rift. I hope someone got fired for that blunder.
Look at this. We make a good team. Don't we? Don't we? Make a good damn team?
Just like you and Balder.
You both behave out there?
Thor was really great. I learned a lot from him.
You learned something from him. Really now. Okay.
That's
What
true.
did you teach the kid?
Nothing. What could I possibly teach him?
Exactly. I was wondering where that went. Actually, I had a pretty good idea. Change of heart.
I'm not really sure why I came to Asgard. But I realize now it wasn't to be a spy. I need you to know you can trust me. And if I'm gonna help you take this to the end, I need to be able to trust you.
And trust is earned. I get it. Take this. Figure out the rest of it. If you're staying, that is.
You're gonna tell me what you're really looking for in there.
Translate that, and I'll tell you everything. And on that, young man, you can trust me.
Now I have a head on my ass too. Oh, by the way, Snacks, I'm in the voice chat. I hope so,
How
Silver.
much time does he spend reading? Kinda jealous.
I hope so. I really think he'd be good in this, D. Hmm. Oh, okay. Vipers or Defenders? Alright. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna run a few ads when I get back. Snacks should actually be pretty close to done eating, so he'll be joining me on the call, and we will go on for a good chunk of the night. See you guys shortly. Yeah. Didn't Vic Beasley have one really good year in the NFL and then basically disappear into the ether? I think I remember that.
I think he was on the Falcons when he was good.
Can I shoot Odin? No.
And can you what?
No, I was going to say, can I shoot Odin right now?
Yeah.
The answer is no. He was the most obvious. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But anyway, Snacks, how you doing tonight? Well, at least you got a day off. Although I have to agree with you, I would not appreciate having non-consecutive days off in a work week. That's unnatural. Hmm?
I'm not talking. Let me try to talk now. Can you hear me now?
Okay, we're good.
Should have done it.
Sylvie, you almost made me get up. But anyway, it's nice to not have to be responsible for anything anymore.
Yeah. It must be nice.
Let me see here. Oh, JS, I haven't been able to do much with it the last couple years. I'm still trying to decide exactly what we're going to do with all that. But I still have it.
It makes sense, because I mean, shit got fucking bonkers the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
You know? We're almost 3 years removed from it, but the whole world is still trying to recover from what happened in just a few short months in 2020.
Huh.
Yeah.
Are you trying to make...
Whatever, man.
And all of it for what basically amounts to the flu.
Hoof, coof.
I've had it like 3 times, and it was a minor annoyance.
I mean, it was the first time I had gotten sick in a while, so it was definitely felt weird to me. But at the same time, I recognize sometimes you get sick.
I can appreciate that too, because similarly, I feel like it's that way for a lot of people. Lots of folks are healthier than the average folk and don't get sick as often. It did a great job of infecting fucking everybody. Because like, if you've been sick within the last 3
old, or
years, which would
does
be
he
like
make them
basically
paint
every
him
person on
young?
the planet, you've had COVID. Because it's almost a guarantee that it was COVID.
Yeah.
Because the shit's highly infectious, it's just nowhere near as dangerous as they tried to make it seem to be. As we see now, especially with what's happening in China, it was only ever considered dangerous through government propaganda, which was trying to scare the shit out of people, so that the government would be able to enact harsher and harsher authoritarian measures and be able to exert more and more control over the populace. It's completely correct, JS, and may I say, the way that you worded that was extremely based.
Hey, you're
Oh,
back.
here we go. You, Thrud. Where is she? Where is she?
How was it?
Aha!
Did Father behave himself?
Inshallah.
Yeah, I mean,
Pronounced
better than I would have
Thrud.
expected,
Okay.
I guess.
Thrud.
Is that the sword from Grandfather's study?
Oh yeah, her name's Ingrid.
Hi, Ingrid.
Mm.
Wow. Allfather must really trust you. Well, glad you survived your first day.
Boys
me
have a
too.
penis, and
Tomorrow
girls
we
have a
talk about
vagina.
Valkyries.
Definitely.
Somehow we live in an era where that is not child level scientific understanding. What are you gonna do?
Oh, so yesterday I was reading some God of War trivia for like the old games, and apparently the original plan for God of War 3 was to end with the three wise men going to the Star of Bethlehem or whatever it's called. So they were actually going to bring in like Christian pan- pantheon type stuff, you know.
Well, it's probably because back then when that game was made, there wasn't as much caring about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know that's not what I want.
But now, yeah.
But it's not about having
Oof.
a sword. It's about what you use it for. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. And I don't want that for her either, okay? You don't have to worry. She's a smart girl. Smarter than her father.
Well, when you're right, you're right.
Yeah. That would have been so weird.
Come here.
They do a God of War game with like the creator himself, and there's like no pantheon. It would be a God of War game with one boss. Unless they were going to do something weird like make Jesus Christ like
Life has been
the
a weird day.
sidekick or something.
Exactly.
Even though I'm pretty sure all
Yeah.
branches of Christianity consider God and Jesus to be one and the same.
Huh. Nicely equipped. That needs work.
The only way it would make any sense to me would be if Kratos acknowledged the truth of God's majesty and accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior. So then the game would just be you fighting the forces of evil who were trying to
Mm.
oppose Jesus.
That might work.
And that, Silver, is why Muslims are incorrect. Christ was more than just a prophet. He was God made human form. The only perfect man to ever exist.
It's like I remember there was this one award show where Justin Bieber won an award, and he was giving his speech after, and he was like, "I would like to thank both God and Jesus Christ for this win," and people were dragging him because it's it's like saying, "I'd like to thank my mother for this. Oh, and my husband's wife as well,
Or
or,
your
or
father's wife.
father's wife, yeah." Because it's redundant. That was pretty funny. I remember that. That was back in like 2012.
Jesus is divine, and Jesus is God made human form. But Jesus is also God's son.
Mhm.
So they exist in something of a paradoxical state of both the same and yet different. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're talking about right now is something that has been debated for thousands of years.
Mm.
People, this is a very, very old argument.
Huh.
People wondering if Jesus was God made man or if he was man made God. Is he God's son or is he just an aspect of God? And are they the same? Are they different? It's a very old discussion, very old
Mhm.
argument.
Maybe the oldest argument that there is.
In terms of Christianity,
Good morning, brother. No news, I'm afraid. I have a plan. Do you now?
So I was watching
Lord.
some God of War videos on YouTube today, which was a bad idea because then I started getting Ragnarok videos in my recommended. I totally forgot
Yep.
about that like an idiot.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
fortunately, I didn't really pick up anything like that upsets me. But I did notice them start to pop up in my recommended. But anyway, the way Kratos treated Mimir in the first game was so annoyed and dismissive compared to this game where he's just completely cool with anything he wants to say. The
Yeah,
dude motor,
because
yeah,
yeah, Mimir is constantly with Kratos. They've been basically inseparable, and they've been constant companions for 4 years now.
Could you do so again?
They say familiarity breeds contempt, but
I
it's
could
like when you're
try,
that
but
close to someone
I
that
don't see how
often,
that would
There
and
help.
they're
are
like the
defeats
only
of these
person in your
lands, are
life,
there not?
either you're gonna come to despise them
would know
or you're
what they
gonna
know.
come to love them. And
You may not find them
since they don't hate each other,
If
they
I
they
find
have a
them,
lot in common.
where do we search?
It's from a storytelling
Midgard.
perspective, it's
But
fortunate
if
that the two
Atreus
found
is
each
in
other
Asgard,
because they're
there's no
pretty much
getting
the
him
only
back
people
without
in
an
the
army.
world who are
We
able to
shall be
understand
losing
what
one.
each of
Yes,
the other's
nothing
been
like
through.
a catastrophic
true.
war to improve the situation. The boy seems quite capable. Perhaps if you simply give him some time.
You are not free of blame here. You encouraged his foolishness, his confusion. I do not seek war. But if Odin has stolen my son, do not doubt the lengths I will go to.
Your nature has always been clear, Kratos. But you, Freya. War is a first resort.
What's really been funny to me the last couple of
It's not
days is I
afraid, I
keep
know.
having coworkers come up to me because like pretty
hope
much
the
all my
Norns can give
coworkers
you
are
the
going through
counsel
some
you
shit
need.
right now.
Hmm.
Perhaps mine
And they
is
keep
no
coming
longer.
up to me and then they say some shit and I'm like, man, I hate my life. I hate my life, Snacks. I hate my
Tyr,
life.
stop.
I'm sitting there
This
laughing.
is no
I'm all
time to
like, you
divide
hate your
ourselves
fucking life.
further. Come.
I'm the wrong
sit,
person to cry to
please.
right now, buddy.
Take my wife, please.
Essentially.
You have
Well, I
been
mean, like
quiet.
2 of my coworkers are going through
Frankly, I'm
fucking messy
surprised.
fucking divorces right now. So yeah, it's pretty much right on the
All
money.
people would seek out fate. But your instincts haven't let us down so far. Let's find the norms.
I guess the lesson there is that most people are just going through something.
Well, it's like we recently had to fire somebody, and a lot of people felt really bad about it because this girl's going through a lot and she really needed this job and all this other stuff. And it turned out I was the person who
Tyr,
knew
you're
the
at
most
the
about her
center
personal
of
life
this. You
because I
always
had worked
have
with
been.
her the most,
That's why
and
Odin
she had talked to
imprisoned
me
you
the
in the
most.
first place. He's terrified.
But I was telling everybody else, I'm like,
doubt
look,
that very much.
yeah, she's
It's the
going through some
truth.
tough stuff and she
And
really
not
needs
just
this
because of
job, and it's
prophecies, no
unfortunate
one
that we
has
gotta let
ever
her go.
united the realms as you once did.
But
That
everybody's
is
got a
not
sob
who
story.
I am anymore.
I know you feel that way now.
But not everybody
I've
is
lost
a crappy
myself
employee.
before. More
Right.
than once, but believe me,
Everybody's
there is
going
something
through some
beyond
shit.
that.
Everybody's got
What's that?
something that if they told you that
Purpose.
story, you would feel
Purpose is
empathy
the path
towards
that
them.
leads you
You'd feel
to
pity
yourself.
for them.
So you would have me
Everybody.
accept my fate. Lead
But
your
not
armies
everybody is
into
shitbagging
war,
it up to the
secure
point where we
your
have to have
vengeance.
this discussion about whether or not we're going to fire her. So
securing
stop thinking
our
about how bad you feel
justice
for her and just
is
realize
not your
that
purpose, then find another.
if it was anybody
For your own
else,
sake.
we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Right. I mean, you know, business is business.
Exactly. Everybody's got a sob story because life is hard.
It is.
So
Does it hurt?
it's
Oh,
a
this.
question of whether or not you're going to let that
Only
hold
when
you
I worry.
back and whether or not you're going to let it affect other people.
How would Atreus get to Asgard?
So
I'm sorry, but you'd have to ask Odin.
that's why I try to keep in
He's
mind.
got control of every path. I know how highly you esteem our expertise on such things, so I'm sure that's disappointing. He's just been one step ahead of us.
So, I'm not surprised by how this game decided to depict Odin, but I am surprised with how they depict Thor. He's so damn sad and serious all the time. I thought he'd be more boisterous. Maybe a little like his sons in the first game. So that's been a little bit of a surprise for me.
Well, I'm gonna do my best to talk about things without spoilers, and realize as I get drunker, that's probably gonna be harder. So there may come a point where we should probably stop talking about the game.
Yeah, that's fine.
But without spoilers, Thor is depicted the way that he is in this game because we're meeting him at a part of his life where he used to be boisterous.
Hmm.
And he and his wife were boisterous together. But when we meet him, he's been through centuries upon centuries upon centuries of warfare, death, and destruction. And the characters that we see being interacting with him is Atreus and Kratos that you've seen interact with him. Kratos and the boss fight, and Atreus now, and his part of the story's gone through. Those two characters killed his brother and killed his two sons.
Mm.
So we're basically encountering a guy who's got PTSD and centuries upon centuries of trauma, a massive drinking problem, and even though he stopped drinking for a time, he's returned to drinking because within the last couple of years, these two characters that we play as murdered his brother and his two sons.
Hmm.
So the only family he's got left is a father who's abusive and shitty towards him, a wife who, you know, it comes and goes how she behaves towards him, and his daughter who's like super disappointed. How would you be if that was you?
Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense. I buy it, but I was a little surprised by it. Also, it makes way more sense now why they put Tyr in the promotional material for the game. Because I remember last year you saw the trailer for Ragnarok and you were really unhappy that they showed that you meet Tyr in the game.
Because I thought that was going to be a significant plot twist and surprise,
Right.
but not only do you find out about that incredibly early in the story that all this starts, but there's a lot more going on that I'm not going to spoil for you. But
I got something for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you meet him in the first, like,
right.
15% of the game.
Off into the dawn.
I was worried
thought
about
you'd
it.
like to have this back.
I was worried about it,
Don't
but
go getting too cheery
my
about
concerns
it,
were alleviated.
but you're welcome.
What I will
Collect
say
what we
though
need to find the
is
noise.
I don't have
Shall we go?
I don't really have a desire to buy this game anymore because as I've watched more and more videos of
I
people
suspect
playing
we may have
from you
consequences to
playing
look
it
forward to.
and on YouTube, I'm like, what I was really excited about was the
Master
story.
Kratos, my
And
apologies.
I know the story.
Madame Nitho's
Mhm.
In terms of-
appearance weighs
in
heavily on my mind.
In terms of the
She a
gameplay,
friend of
it
yours?
basically just looks
Less
like
a
the exact
friend
same
than
game
another
that I've already
longtime
played.
tenant of the tree.
So
She
the
was here
reason to
even
get it
before
was the
I
story.
arrived,
But
and
if I already
that
know the
was
story,
ages
then
ago.
there,
To even think something could keep her away from her baby.
Yeah, I mean, I
so
think
then
the
when I think
gameplay's a
about how
little better.
expensive, yeah, but the game's expensive is the point that I'm trying to get at.
Mhm.
I'm like, this is if the only thing I have to look forward to is the gameplay experience, that's not worth $70.
Mm. Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable way of looking at it.
Right. If you didn't know the story and it was a completely new and fresh experience for you, yeah, it's absolutely worth $70. But if you have to look at it from just gameplay alone, yeah, no.
In the first game, you went to Helheim, right? Because I remember there were 3 realms in that game that Odin had permanently locked and you could never get to.
Yes, that was Vanaheim, Asgard, and
Was it Niflheim?
Svartalfheim.
Oh,
Svartalfheim.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, now you're able to go to those 3 realms, and even though there were other realms in the previous game that you were able to go to, they have very little presence in terms of the overall game, and much less presence than in this game. Like Jotunheim, for instance, was literally just the end of the game cutscene. So, like, yes, you went to Jotunheim, but that you didn't fucking do anything there. You just end of game cutscene. That's it. And Muspelheim, there wasn't a ton of shit going on there either. Just like the little fucking.
We are certain the trace could not.
Yeah, and Helheim was the area you fell into, right? Like,
Yes,
by
you
accident.
fell into there. You were trapped. You had the big barge sequence. Plus, it was why he went to go get the Blades of Chaos to go to Helheim.
Right.
To revive Atreus, the medicine Freya needed required the heart of one of the guardians in Helheim.
Use it to find them. Just remember, they really don't want to be found.
Well, at least things will be difficult for a change.
But yeah, I'm sure they would have pulled it off well enough anyway, but I am happy they chose to do the Norse gods instead of the Egyptian gods for these games, because that was their original plan.
Well, that's because they believe
I have a feeling, like you said, because it was their original plan, I have a feeling that might have been the reason they got Christopher Judge to voice Kratos in the first place.
Of course.
Because Christopher Judge's most iconic role and his longest lasting role, the role that he's known for, is playing Teal'c in Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis.
She is a friend. No.
Which makes sense because he was in almost every single episode of SG-1, and that went for 10 or 11 seasons.
Once the wolves have the scent of the Norns, we'll just need to follow their lead.
Yeah, I mean, they like to do a lot of casting gags with God of War. Like, they have Perseus in one of the games voiced by Harry Hamlin.
Their fur is matted. When did you
Did you say Howard Hamlin?
No,
Here's some advice. Fuck you.
They had Hercules in the third game voiced by Kevin Sorbo. So they do a lot of they do a lot of gags like that.
Kevin Sorbo was the best Hercules, you're right.
I mean, how many other Herculeses have there been? Dwayne Johnson in one movie, some dumbass wrestler guy in one movie.
How I may find
You
my
said the
son.
same thing twice.
Nothing more.
I don't imagine it's a chance to clear up all this mess.
That's a good point.
Perhaps get a second opinion on your alleged demise.
You didn't tell me you had a secret policy.
When Atreus and I reached Jotunheim,
I'm not the
we
Rock's
found
biggest
in
fan.
Nero, the giants. They herself had foreseen our entire journey long ago, who we would meet.
You think Peter Skoronsky goes
All
top
of it,
5? No, he's
as
won't.
it happened.
But you aren't dead.
That image was from a time yet to come.
I see.
No, I don't.
Top 1, baby. Let's go Poland.
That's not the problem, is it?
No. Death can have me when it earns me.
Then maybe it's not the future that bothers you. Faye sent you on your journey, and she made sure you'd see that.
I wonder if we're gonna get a prequel where we actually get to like meet Faye.
I wish to speak of this no further.
You've advanced far enough in the story. You've seen some of the dream sequences.
Well, yeah. But I mean, when she was alive, like because the original God of War game did get 2 prequels as well as the sequels. So, thinking about it,
If they do another game after this, they may.
I mean, obviously, I have no idea how this game ends yet, but we'll figure that out. Someone thinks The Rock is the Antichrist.
I don't know if they're going to. Because I mean, obviously, God of War is an extremely
Now that
profitable
we are on the
franchise,
lake,
but it's
How
like,
will we find the Norns?
Watch the wolves closely. See how their heads point the way?
Well, here's the thing. Every God of War game they've made, except maybe the mobile game, has been considered to be an excellent game for what it is. So I don't think they would sully their own reputation by making garbage games just to make a buck.
told me all about
But
it. From
most of the
She believed
studio,
you
the
could be
people
an
who've
ally.
worked on these games in the
Long before
past
I believed.
have moved on.
True.
Valkyrie Queen,
That's what I was gonna say.
an ally.
So I
I'm the
don't know if
Valkyrie
they do another one because
As
it would be
Sigrun was
an
stubbornly
entirely new
determined to
squad. It's
remind
like they did Mass Effect Andromeda,
I should have
and
guessed
there
it was
was no
secretly
one
helping you
involved with
recover
that game
yourself.
who did the original
So
trilogy.
loyal. Aye.
So like, yeah, it's super profitable, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe
Doesn't take a
game
love goddess to
studios
see
know
where you're
better
coming
by
from.
now to not do
This
something
thread of fate we are
with a
tracing.
completely new squad.
It's not
that
somebody's
is-
life,
Yeah,
that's what you
maybe.
The Norns use it to mark their way when
Like
they're
that's what happened
outside
with
of their
Dark
realm.
Souls 2 because Dark Souls 2 had a different crew and the
No.
game played differently.
The Well of Urd.
'Cause I mean, like, if they were
their
gonna,
homes.
if they made
Hard to
another game and it was
explain.
good, I'd be
It's
glad.
a no
But
fixed place. Entrances come and go.
I have very low
A place
expectations.
wholly under their influence, where the intangible becomes tangible. Like
God of War is so much less
being
controversial than
inside
what we
your
saw
own
from Last of Us 2 and Cyberpunk.
But if we go in together,
It's less controversial
we can eat
now.
others' mind.
Maybe you
sure I
don't
like
remember,
the
but
sound of that.
Cyberpunk had hella amounts of hype before it came out. And then when it came out as a piece of shit. It was one of
Not
the worst
personally.
releases ever
Thea's right.
because
Their
of how
ways are discouraging
extremely buggy
visitation.
it was. It looked like the
Odin
game
made
wasn't
us
even
scared of
half
their fuss.
finished. It looks like it was
Wouldn't talk
basically
about what
still
he
in
found.
alpha.
Hold.
Hold that thought.
That game needed at least another 2 more years than the other. That's why it was controversial. Last of Us 2 was controversial because they did a bunch of retarded shit story-wise, but the game at least was functional.
Yeah. I mean, they did exactly what they wanted to do with The Last of Us 2, I guess. Whether or not you're personally interested in what they wanted to do is, well, debatable. But they definitely did what they wanted. Cyberpunk, completely different story. I mean, if they tried to make the old God of War games now, I wonder if there would be a problem. Because, like, in this game you're playing as Kratos, and he's trying to be a decent guy. Like, he's really trying to just be chill and just live his life
Was there more?
peacefully.
In the original, right, in the original God of War games,
he wanted to forget what he saw.
Kratos wasn't a saint by any means,
Mhm.
but almost everyone that he killed betrayed him and it's basically self-defense.
Yeah, almost. But yeah, things like I remember Poseidon in the third game has a sex slave that he kills, like a human sex slave that he kidnaps.
Yeah, lots of stuff like okay, I see what you're saying. Lots of stuff like that. Because like there's plenty of opportunity to have the same shit going on, especially because like the Greeks and especially the Greek mythology is like a lot more fucking savage and
Yeah.
to Norse mythology, but there's still lots of opportunity for them to be that same way. So if you know.
There. You mind telling us what you experienced when you sought the Norns last time?
Yeah,
To be honest,
JS, in
the
Last of
details
Us
are hazy.
2, story-wise, it
Waking
could have
up
made
from a
sense
dream.
to have Joel die.
Mainly, I remember that nothing.
The way
could
that
be
they did
done
it
to
was
change
for
my
shock
son's
value,
fate,
which is
only made
never
me
a
more
good thing to
determined
do with
try.
not only a beloved character, but also at the very beginning of your
The
story
Norns are somewhere
when
indoors.
the
and warm.
impact isn't there.
Say no.
Yeah, I'm old
It's
enough.
some fucking red letter media shit. It broke new ground. That's not why. It's not why you do
I have
things.
not missed Midgard and Fimbulwinter.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will see soon enough.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember when Metal Gear Solid 2 pulled the
This is the right area,
switcheroo
but we can't go further on the sled.
and made Solid Snake the main character for like 10 minutes, and then Raiden was the main character for the whole rest of the game. People were furious.
Yeah, people hated Raiden. They hated him as a character. They hated Metal Gear Solid 2 because it did that. So they didn't bother paying attention to how wonderful and amazing the game actually was.
Yeah.
Because of that. But the funny thing is, it ended up aging extremely well because then they made that other Metal Gear game where Raiden was the main character and it was extremely popular. And Raiden's at least as popular of a character now as Snake is.
Right. Yeah, my point is, though, you don't want to pull the switcheroo on your audience, do you?
Right. At the time, it was horrible, and you can't make those decisions thinking 20 years from now this is going to way to do things. Because, well, what did they have to do to fix that? The very next game is a prequel where instead now you play as Big Boss. He's still Snake. Now, not only is his code name still Snake, but because he's... As we would find out later, that Solid was his clone.
Right.
Literally, we're playing as the original. Snake. So it was basically like the exact opposite of what they did in Metal Gear Solid 2, as far as
Right. Yeah, and the reason why I brought that up was because Last of Us 2 did the same thing.
Right, they pulled the switcheroo and it was not something people wanted. And everybody hated it. The Last of Us 2 made a lot of different mistakes, and you can see why they did what they did, because they knew that they were making mistakes. They had an incompetent staff and they were writing a very awful story. So they did what a lot of these spineless fucking pieces of shit are doing these days, where they decide to use diversity as a shield. Because they know what they're making is going to suck ass. So they preemptively make the main character or the person that you play as or the protagonist or whatever, they make them the diversity hire so that any criticism of the game or movie or book or whatever, they can sit there and say, well, they just didn't like it because they're bigots. If you don't like The Last of Us 2, it's only because you're a transphobe, not because the game was bad. If you don't like that Ghostbusters remake, it's only because you're a misogynist, not because it was a bad movie. If you don't like the Rings of Power, it's only because you don't like that for some reason dwarves are black now. Not because it's actually one of the worst pieces of shit ever made unless Amazon literally billions of dollars in company value because of how bad it was. You know, it sucks because it ruins the opportunity to really explore trying to do new things. Because people are so scared of taking a chance that they just hide behind diversity as a shield.
Hey, Red Guy, what's up? On your left. No, no, no. God damn it. I turned down the game.
Good example.
Mm-hmm.
They made Captain America black. Black people are 13% of the population of America. How does that make any sense? Aren't we supposed to have representation in our games and movies and entertainment media?
I'm surprised God of War hasn't gotten in trouble for casting a black actor and then making him white in the game. And I know Kratos isn't white, but I'm surprised people haven't complained about that yet.
Well, JS, you're right that the character was not trans. However, it was very obvious they were trying to model her as being trans because the literal human being who was the model for the character, who was the actress who did the voice acting work, who was the person wearing the motion capture suit for the cutscenes and all that shit, was severely less muscular and less mannish looking than the character that they finally made her out to be in the game. They literally butched her up as much as they possibly could to make her look like a man. And then in the one sex scene that you get in the game, they essentially modeled it. No, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my face. I couldn't keep a straight face. What I was gonna do is I was gonna quote Erlagan, and so the pose that they use. If you've ever watched gay porn, you'd be able to recognize the pose very easily. she looked just as home and being a bottom there as LeBron.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Even if the Ellie thing isn't about that thing that you're talking about. There is a side plot in the game where you have a character who was part of a religious cult but gets kicked out because they suddenly want to say that they're a man even though they're a girl, and I think that person was like 11 years old, and she ends up becoming an exile of the cult because she wants to change her or something like that. I can't remember. Like, that is 100% a story about that. Like, directly. It's not even implied. Wait a minute. I need to be using my... Yeah, this has got to be better. Yeah. I think this game is better looking than The Last of Us 2, though. Like, The Last of Us 2 did have stellar graphics and all that, there's no doubt, but I think this game looks a little bit better. And, like, I think, I haven't played it yet, but I think the best looking game is Forbidden West. Like, that game looks amazing. Too bad it sounds like the game itself is kind of a mixed bag, but I'll play it eventually. No, 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 no. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting. No, damn it. Mother. Okay, at least I know what to do now. I don't know why it took me so long to figure out that I should be using my blades on the ice monsters.
But we can't go further on the sled.
I just hope the Norns are somewhere indoors and warm. Safe to say, no, I have not missed Midgard and Fimbulwinter. Thank you.
We will see soon enough.
The first Horizon game was good. But I heard this one was actually kind of dull from some people. I mean, obviously it's a gorgeous game and it's gotten stellar reviews, but... that game was always going to get stellar reviews. It's got a female protagonist, for God's sakes. Yeah, it's Eloy.
Female protagonist uses a bow. Is like the new fucking Space Marine.
True.
I don't know if you notice this, but Freya uses a bow too.
Mm. Well, isn't it just kind of almost like a gendered thing? Like, men hit, women... you know,
That Atreus is a woman. That's base.
I wasn't really thinking about it that way. But that's more like a, man versus boy thing. Where, like, because he's a boy, he stays away from the fight a little bit. He tries to use his, he, he tried to use his wits to win battles instead of just his strength because he doesn't have the strength.
Well, remember that Freya was not only a Valkyrie, but she was queen of the Valkyries.
Right. They mentioned
Have
that
you
in the
seen
game a
any of
minute
the
ago.
Valkyries using a bow? They have ranged attacks, but it's like they don't use bows. They're extremely competent and proficient in close combat specialists.
Yeah, weren't Valkyries like the big meme from the first game where everyone was like, I fucking hate fighting them, I want to quit this game?
In the previous game, Sigrun was a more difficult boss than Baldur.
Yeah.
So a lot of people felt like Sigrun was the actual final boss.
Oh, I didn't realize you were so close to death. All right.
Could you imagine if that fucking guy, like right after you finally killed that fucking troll thing, that other guy that's left fucking killed you?
Yeah.
That would have been hilarious.
Oh, actually, I just remembered every God of War game from the old era, the Greece era, had at least one scene, an interactive scene where Kratos is having sex with like a prostitute. So I don't know if that would fly in current year.
I've been trolling a lot of Ragnarok videos by saying that Freya wants Kratos' hot man chowder. It's gone over pretty good.
If it does not help us find the Norns, it can wait.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Faye was pretty hot, but if Kratos were to just move on to Freya, I would not blame him.
Freya wants Kratos a lot more than Kratos wants Freya, I have no doubt. Because Faye's death is still super fresh in his mind for him. Freya... Who knows how long she was in exile that, that her marriage with Odin basically ended. Potentially, she hasn't fucking fucked in like 1,000 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. There's nothing here.
A false trail.
I'm afraid so. We'll have to see what else the wolves can find.
Typical Nornish mischief.
They know we're searching. I warned you they wouldn't make it easy.
And what's the hilt of a cursed king have to do with any of it?
Distraction? Coincidence? Who knows? I suppose they'd say we were fated to find it.
Oh.
Vomit tonight.
I'm sorry?
I said, I think I will vomit tonight.
Are you down with that?
Well, I'm gonna keep drinking, so I guess.
Alright. I hate vomiting. I always feel like I'm about to die.
So do I.
Brother, what of your story? You faced the fates of your homeland, yeah? The legends I heard about the ghost of Sparta were surely exaggerated.
Exaggerated?
Oh, not in the brazen bloodshed righteous fury part. The part where it said you travelled back in time itself to win a battle once lost. It's strange credulity, obviously. I mean, a rumor about Thor knocking the world serpent back in history from Ragnarok is one thing.
It is the truth. The threads of fate span all life and time. The Sisters of Fate abused their power. When I challenged them, they threatened to undo my existence. So I killed them and turned their power on
In I looked it up, by the way. The Fimbulwinter is 3 years.
Yeah, yeah.
So we know that Atreus is 3 years older than he was.
Look.
That must be Tyr's helmet from his statue.
Win minds, not wars.
Tyr understood the greatest fight of them all was the battle for people's hearts and minds. Too bad Tyr has no interest in doing either these days.
Also, I feel like them showing Tyr in the promotional material for this game, it matters a lot less now that Tyr is such a wimp.
Just to circle back and close the book on this time travel rubbish. If it existed,
So, like that's a twist in and of itself.
we'd be 5 shades more fucked than we are already.
I would not ask them to change the past, even if they could. I only
I think I'm approaching the point where I'm drunk enough that I can't avoid spoiling things.
Okay.
So we should probably stop talking about it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so,
Because, I mean, this game is super long. You're maybe 40% of the way through, but you've already sunk, like, how many fucking hours in this game?
like 16, 17 now, maybe 18.
Yeah, so. Exactly.
And I'm not doing all the side stuff. I'm going to do some of it, but I'm not going to do all of it.
it was violent and cruel.
Sounds no different from these lands.
It was warmer.
But, how's Callie been lately?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay,
This is the area.
that's fine.
I feel something. In this direction.
Feel what exactly?
Another illusion. It's coming from this wall. The Norns are hiding something. Kratos, I feel the Norns over.
Let me get all my health, woman.
Are you ready?
We'll never find the Norns using mystic gateways. That much is clear.
Calm down, woman.
Open up. Nothing. Another dead end.
The Norns sound like assholes to me.
A trap!
Use your shield. Enemy behind you, Kratos.
Oh, crap.
Behind you, look out.
Hope. Things. Get away from me.
Too fast. Use your shield.
Too fast for what? Okay, no, I'm fighting this animal enemy, and Freya just was like, "It's too fast. Use your shield." And I'm like, that statement doesn't necessarily make sense.
Presumably she's saying it's too fast to dodge it, so
Okay.
block the attack instead.
Yeah, okay, I can buy it.
I can only guess. That's just. I watched all the cutscenes in the game, but I don't know every bit of dialogue.
Right.
And there's plenty.
Right.
Like what just happened right now, where she was talking to you when you hop on the sled.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't have a clue.
Okay.
So.
Right. How many beers deep are you, by the way?
I just opened my second can. I've got 4 total.
All right. And but they're not like 8-ounce cans.
Each one is 25 fluid ounces, so I have 100 fluid ounces total. 1/4 of the way through.
Oh boy.
100 fluid ounces to gallons is approximately 78% of a gallon.
Oh boy. I don't drink that much water in a day sometimes, probably.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna get the whole way through these. I'm just gonna drink as much as it takes for the pain to stop.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
You're on fire. It will pass. Jesus Christ. Well, I'm glad you told me. I was about to panic.
Yeah, like he makes snide, sarcastic comments like that constantly, and Kratos just lets him get away with it. In the first game, he kept smacking him, which I guess shows that he mellowed out a little bit, which is probably good. I can dig it. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about the game just in case, like you said. But anyway, so you had to let one of your workers go the other day. Does that mean you're gonna have another circumstance where people have to work 6 days in a week or something?
Well, things have already changed. I am now covering 2 days a week. I do graveyard again.
Oh, okay.
Because the person was let go was an overnight shift. So, 3 days of the week I have afternoon shift. And 2 days a week.
Oh, that
Days
sounds.
off the guy who does the
Well, that sounds terrible to work afternoon one day and then graveyard the next day.
Yeah, what I have to do on Sunday night is stay up until like 8 in the morning and then go to sleep. And then Monday is miserable, Tuesday's even worse, and then Wednesday today, I only got like 5 hours of sleep because my sleep schedule is just permanently fucked because you're constantly shifting between.
That's not good, yeah.
I just tell myself it's only until January.
Right.
Because, you know, once I graduate in December, I start looking for a new job right away. And I'm like, even if I can't get a cybersecurity job, I should at the very least be able to qualify for an IT position. Which is at the very least a $5 an hour raise compared to what I'm making now. So I would just fucking switch to that.
Yeah, there's not much of a graveyard shift for IT. So you also don't have to worry about that.
Lots of things could end up being different, but to me, that's not what I'm focused on. What I'm focused on is just
Staying alive.
Whether or not I have an increased quality of life. Much like many people in the world, 2020 started a horrifying fucking decline in my quality of life, which it still has not recovered from.
I'm never going to financially recover from this.
Well, yeah, she just died.
Oh wow, you have to do the whole raider camp every time? Dang. It's actually kind of mean.
Can Elon Musk buy YouTube too? Because I am sick of the faggy fucking recommendations that I'm getting.
I know.
Like, I don't watch political videos on my YouTube, but like almost every other fucking video is like, hey, here's something from Trevor Noah. I'm like, can you guys die? Like,
Yeah, I think there's a way to at least force it to not recommend you from this channel again. Like, if you get one rec from it, you can just click a thing on it that says, like, okay, we'll stop
it
recommending.
says don't recommend channel, but just because you do that doesn't mean that the content that is being suggested will stop reappearing. Because that one channel might be blocked, but then that content gets mirrored through 85,000 other channels, which are all just trying to get views so they can make advertising money.
Yeah.
And all those videos are being boosted by YouTube also because they want people to swallow the propaganda. So it's never ending.
I've been trying to rid my timelines of that Hassan Abi guy, and it doesn't work. Really? So it straight up just doesn't do what it says it'll do. That's cool. All right.
That's all of them.
These were coal raiders. Infamous for
Eating wolves. Atreus and I rescued ours from such an encampment.
that was kind of you. The coal raiders have been a blight on this land. The way they've abused its creatures. Perhaps we should do something about them.
Perhaps.
Ooh, did I just get a side quest to commit genocide?
Future, no doubt they'll expect us to show up a bit late.
Favors. Third Reich.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear the monologue that Dave Chappelle did on Saturday Night Live?
I have not.
He had this great line, because he was talking about how stupid what Kanye did was, because he was saying, anti-Semitism is bad.
Yeah.
He was saying it in a based way. He was like, he was all like, Kanye broke one of the cardinal rules of show business. There are two words you never want to put together when you work in show business. The first word is the, and the second word is Jews. You put those two together, it is never going to end well. I've never heard a sentence that includes those words put together end up leading to something that was good for somebody's career. You never want to say that. And he was all like, what Kanye forgot about was people's perceptions. When you see a lot of black guys, it's a gang. You see a lot of Italian guys, it's a mob. When you see a lot of Jewish guys, it's just a coincidence.
Oh, he's not getting invited back to SNL, is he?
Apparently, he managed to get away with doing that monologue because during rehearsals,
Yeah.
he fed them a completely fake monologue that he was going to do that was complete bullshit and is not what he ended up doing.
Oh, so
So all through rehearsals, he was giving them different material, and then he went out there during a live performance and he just fucking cut loose brand new shit.
yeah, so there are an awful lot of people out there who are going to have to come to terms with the fact that there's a pretty strong correlation between a certain type of person and a hatred of a certain type of person. And I feel like it was kind of a big secret, and then Kyrie let it out. Because he just doesn't know how to leave well enough alone. and he's going to end up dead for it.
I think it's because we're very far removed from the days of Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam, but people forget that African American culture is still very, very deeply rooted to Islam, and Muslims are not exactly the Jews' biggest fans. To the point where you don't even have to be Muslim to still retain some of that cultural feeling, you know?
Yeah. I can't believe he didn't get his mic cut when he started on that, actually. I got to look this one up.
It would have made it way too obvious. They had to just let it ride and hope for the best.
She's still incorporeal ever since Kratos set her free of her corrupted form. But she hasn't let that stop her from helping any way she can. The truth is, I owe her more than I can repay.
I doubt she'd see it that way.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. That is fantastic.
For you. Seeing you yourself again would surely be payment enough.
Kratos.
All right, guys, I
What's
got to
really
take...
funny is if you watch any of these Ragnarok videos, the amount of people who were quoting shit and talking in the fucking videos, whose only knowledge of Norse mythology is just the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies.
Right. Yeah.
It is fucking hilarious, man. It's really enjoyable.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to take a leak. Be
Oh,
back in a
okay.
few minutes.
Yeah, I'll be right here. I'm not going nowhere.
Okay. Okay, I am back. All right.
Raider encampment.
Shall we take care of them, brother?
I'd love to. But in what way? Ah. People watching the stream hear me good still, by the way? Everything good there? All right, cool.
Right flank! Watch the fire!
Enemies on the left!
Fire behind you!
Oh, I didn't realize there were still people left.
It will pass.
Kratos, are you okay? Fire! Right side!
Based.
And bread pilled. I mean, in fairness, they've been trying to cancel Chappelle for other reasons for a while anyway, so it's not like he has much to lose.
Just Googled being anti-Semitic is awesome. I'll report in what I find. Almost every Google result is from the ADL. What the fuck? I shouldn't be surprised.
I miss the old days of the internet. So, random question. Does ASMR do anything for you?
The what?
ASMR?
Yeah, it annoys me.
You're not a fan? Okay. Fair enough. I can totally get that. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I still can't believe someone came up with the idea to make that video.
Which
Liz Truss resigns as Prime Minister, set to Trombone Hero.
Breaking news: the second Tesla has hit the World Trade Center.
Reminds me of that tragedy.
God, that one was fucking weird. Oh yeah, did you see the fucking Larry David meme that I posted a few days ago?
Yeah, the FTX thing.
Yeah, he was like, nah, I don't think so. Believe me, I'm never wrong about these things. And then the commercial's like, don't be like Larry. Don't miss out on this. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, Larry, of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these. Larry David was right again. Holy shit, that's amazing.
I mean, literally, they got Tom Brady to do commercials for them, and all they were trying to do the whole time is steal everyone's money. hmm Yeah, and he's going to need that money because that divorce is going to be a few $100 million for sure.
I think she's richer than he is, so I don't think she's gonna take him to the cleaners. I think it'll be pretty even.
There is a conspiracy theory that the reason why he didn't retire was because when he retired, he had like a $350 million contract lined up to be, a TV analyst, but he didn't want to claim that until after the divorce, so it wouldn't be part of any kind of a.
That would make sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, because like again, his wife is more rich than he is. So if he's moving on, he's gotta do something.
I mean, she could be very petty and just decide I'm going to take him to the cleaners anyway because I can. Is there even such a thing as the opposite of alimony, like where the female pays the?
Yeah, yeah, it's called palimony. It's
Really?
the same word but with a P.
Huh. Interesting. I wonder what the percentage is on that versus alimony. Like how often?
It doesn't happen often, but it happens enough. Because like if let's envision for a minute you're actually a house husband. You have no means to provide for yourself whatsoever, and your wife was super fucking rich.
I can smell more danger.
You'd get something, you know.
Mhm.
The horrors of our past can be inextricable from the present. You have to understand that.
Now there is no hope.
Either of you. What more is there to tell of Freya being burned by the Aesir mob?
Well,
Hold that thought. I think I hear something sizable.
Either of you. What more is there to tell of Freya being burned by the Aesir mob?
well, Freyr certainly wasn't the
Okay, I
same.
want to listen to this actually.
At least for a while. His carefree ways were replaced with nightmares, paranoia, and lashing out. It doesn't excuse what he said at my wedding, but I do understand where his anger came from.
always wanted to ask. What was it Grimthor whispered to you?
Who?
Grimthor, the son of Thormur, the stonemason, who disguised himself and built Asgard's wall.
Yes. One of the many occasions Odin saw fit to involve me in a wager without my consent. I wish I could say that was the worst of his husbandly habits.
When you drink, do you also make sure to keep eating stuff so you don't like completely flood your stomach, or do you just go all out with the drinking?
Kratos, we should do something about them.
It's like I ate because I haven't eaten anything today.
Uh-huh.
So I ate before I drank, but it
Right.
wasn't because I was worried about drinking on an empty stomach. It was because I haven't eaten anything. I was hungry.
Yeah.
Hungry.
I knew some guys at work who said that when they were younger, they would go donate blood and then go get drunk because it was easier.
Well, that's just stupid.
They were pretty stupid when they were young. I think they would admit that.
It's because after you donate blood, you're tired. Why would you want to get drunk after that?
You were the one who told me that if you have a permanent tattoo, you can't give blood, right?
Yes, because the process of getting a tattoo could potentially give you bloodborne diseases like hepatitis or AIDS.
Huh. You'd think that would take a lot of potential
Hold on a
blood
second, I'll be
donors
right
off
back.
the list.
Oh, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Oh, that one was easy to clean out.
Accursed wolves.
I grow tired of your lack of empathy for your own wolves.
It's Demos, isn't it, brother?
I should not have told you of Demos.
You see your...
All right. I'm actually going to be right back as well because suddenly I have some fecal urgency. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll just run some ads because I'm not going to be here anyway. And it means that the next ad break won't be for like another 2 hours. So see you guys in a second. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Unplanned pit stop, shall we say.
Okay.
Dang, man, you are. If you're really going to drink another couple tonight, we're going to hear a side of snacks we have never heard before. This is going to be great.
I must have clicked something I didn't mean to. What'd you say?
No, I just said, if you actually drink a couple more beers tonight, we're going to hear a part of you, we're going to hear a side of you that we've never heard before.
It's just gonna be a side of me that's crying. That's all.
I understand. It's like that meme. If only you knew how bad it was.
Exactly.
One second, people. I'll be back to the game in a moment, guys.
There you go. Pretty much. The way I feel about it is I hear from a customer, I'm never coming back. I'm like, thank God. I'm gonna chase as many of you motherfuckers out here as I can. Fuck all you.
Yeah, it's not like you get paid on commission.
Exactly.
Hey, so somebody finally won the lottery, so at least you don't have to deal with that anymore.
In their fear.
Yeah.
Let us keep moving.
And I fucking called it too, man. I fucking called it. Because I knew, I was like, no one's gonna win it before the election. After the election is when someone's gonna win it. And sure enough, like, some guy won it the Monday, like the day before the election. But we didn't actually find that out until Tuesday night after the polls closed.
Now, if we could get back to the
Wouldn't you
story
know it,
through
all the
our
fucking
formation
machines
side,
failed. The largest jackpot in history, and for some reason they couldn't draw 6 numbers. I was like,
David Stern was there in
maybe,
spirit.
maybe here they are rigging the fucking election again, but no one's paying any attention to the suspicious shit that they're doing, because everyone's trying to see if their lottery ticket's the one that won the $2 billion.
Is it that much to tell?
It makes you have a big
I
think.
knew nothing of it at first, surely because Odin didn't expect to lose.
My favorite lottery joke was from The Simpsons, when right before the number's going to get read off, Chief Wiggum receives a phone call, picks up, and he's like, you got the wrong number, man. This is 912.
Oh, bloody drop. You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
But I passed these nuts. I hate these hateful, man. These are brutal fights. I mean, god dang.
More bloody drop. You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
hell does the fire explosion come from? Not literally. I'm thinking I maybe don't have the level to actually do this one yet. Maybe I ran into it early. I don't know.
More bloody rocker. You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
When I was younger, my dad had a friend who would, whenever the lottery got big enough, he was one of those guys who would go buy like 800 tickets. And you know, it's just like, you know, you're not really increasing your odds by that much.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because it's a lot of people who are just trying to take a shortcut, and shortcuts in life don't work. The majority of people who actually win the lottery are like fucking 60 plus. So like they've been playing it mostly their whole life, and they like finally fucking win something. But their life is the time when that would have made the biggest difference is pretty much already over. You know.
Right. Remember one time on High Stakes Poker, Phil Locke asked Doyle Brunson, who at the time was like 80 years old. I remember he was like somewhere between 75 and 80. And he asked him, if you could have your youth back. No, no, no. It was, would you trade having your youth back for taking a vow of poverty? Like you would be 20 again instead of being 80, but you could never have more than like $10,000 in your net worth at any time. Would you do it? And he said, of course. Doyle Brunson is worth like $70 million, by the way.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do with that money when you're already 80?
Exactly. And you can't take it with you. So that's what the timing is. Don't understand.
Yeah, the Pharaohs tried to take it with them.
And all that resulted in was like the most motivated grave robbers of all time. Like, the Pharaohs thinking that they could take it with them. The only thing that they did was create Lara Croft. That's that's all they fucking did. Dumbasses.
Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do this fight yet. I'll come back later and do it. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, let's try this one. Yeah, this country is called You Are Gay.
That was fast.
like, yay.
Freya, you were just beginning to tell us the story of Hrimthur, the stonemason's son, and the wager Odin involved you in.
Yes. All right.
Are we stopping?
Look,
Isn't that the spear from Tyr's statue?
wish for peace. Be ready for war.
Oh, that's astute of the elves. Tyr never sought war, but he knew he had to be ready for it.
Aye. Best be armed than not. Impressive.
Better to be pissed off than pissed on.
It is big.
It's better to be shit on than shit off.
Freya, you were just beginning to tell us the story of Hrimthur.
Are you a homosexual?
Yes. All right.
Yes.
A mysterious mason had to build the entire wall in 3 turns of the season.
2! It was 2!
And if he was late, he'd be owed nothing. But if he succeeded, he was promised an audience with the queen.
Set that aside for now. Come.
Scoops. Alright, where?
Never seen craftsmanship like this before. Can't imagine how old it is. Now, where have we seen an artifact like that before?
Tyr's vault.
Why does he wear the mask?
I would have beaten you.
What?
Earlier.
It would be extremely
Atreus hadn't been
painful.
Perhaps.
We could go again. Find out for certain.
I would rather not.
You. Yeah.
I'll bet you wouldn't.
Poop. Poop. Think you're a little piece of poop. Oh! Was not expecting that. Oh, that was brutal. Wow, 3 hits. Okay, that can't possibly be something I'm supposed to do right now then, if she's doing that much damage.
return to your story of Hrimthur. You said if he built Asgard's wall in time, he was promised an audience with you.
Yes. Or so I learned one day when Odin burst into our bedchambers, raging and half drunk before noon, telling me to get dressed and go see what the mason wants. So, off I went, not knowing what had truly been promised or expected. Dagger stashed in my robe for emergency.
Hold. The wolves are distracted.
Look, another Coal Raider camp. We should do something about them and put your wolves at ease.
Where's the camp?
Where's the tramp?
Wait a minute. Do I have to... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, this is a different cave. Excellent. Okay, we can do this. Cool.
On your right!
Enemy to your left! Behind you, watch out!
Nasty hit! You alright, brother? Left side!
Brutality. Although, honestly, every game is starting to have brutal finishers like that. It's not even that impressive anymore.
Yeah, I'm watching a YouTube video of this game called Sifu, which is like.
Oh, yeah, I know that
beat 'em
one.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I really enjoy is that some of your opponents in that game are women, so that you get to beat up women. I enjoy that. I enjoy beating women. That's a quote for future streams.
That on the soundboard, I guess. That's a huge bitch. And you gotta be precise to beat these mofos. Oh man, I have to do the whole cave again?
Kratos, their chieftain!
you been reading any of the articles about?
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
No! I thought that was blockable.
Kratos, their chieftain.
Is there any health around here? I can definitely win this fight, but I could use an extra hit, or two. Doesn't look like it now. That's mean. Damn it! I mistimed that completely. But I pretty much feel like I can do this.
Kratos, their chieftain.
Oh. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, that run was just doomed.
Kratos, their chieftain.
Yeah, this is doable. No, I didn't think that would happen.
Behind you, brother!
There we go. There we go.
The chieftain. Was he the one who captured the wolves before you freed them?
I do not know.
Regardless, they should draw some comfort from his death.
Medals and ribbons are no comfort on your deathbed. that. Yes! Finally! Okay, there's got to be one more of those things around here. I'd like to try to find it because I'm probably not going to come back. Oh, there it is. How the hell am I going to pull that off? That looks very impossible to me. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe... No. Not even close. Can I go up above?
They're still scared.
Not the Raiders. Do not be afraid. You are safe. Good. Good boys.
Girls.
Good girls.
Hmm. I don't think I want to... I'm not going to... Unless... Okay, let's try.
The oarsmen. A monument to conquerors.
Made some lovely warships, though.
Made some lovely workships, though. Oh, Snacks, I don't know if you're there or not. You might have passed out. I don't know. But I was going to ask if you've tried Dead by Daylight lately. But I have a feeling you passed out. I thought that was Freya. I'm not going to worry about that right now.
Frozen! What now?
Too fast! Use your shield!
Oh.
Too fast! Use your shield!
Alright, there we go. Whew! I would have been annoyed if I had to do that whole thing again.
Iron peace, not a golden war.
Tyr used to talk about how heavy the cost of war was compared to its bounties. He felt like it was his responsibility to avoid it.
Kind of still does, in fact.
Oh, hopefully I can sell that.
Look, there's some debris over there.
Here we go. I didn't see this earlier.
Defend the peace.
Well, I think that's the last of it. Doubtful we'll find any more interesting bits.
I always admired the love Tyr inspired.
Where I come from, gods of war. Feared in such a way.
Not all gods of war are the same, brother.
No, they are not.
Aha.
This is the place. We need to work our way up. This way. There. Can you cut a way through the ice?
Oh, are the Norns making magical ice walls now?
No. I think the water just froze.
Dude, you have a weapon on you that'll work much better.
More of your friends.
I didn't tell them to be here.
Fire from above! Another raider to the left!
I need to get a resurrection stone.
More of your friends.
I didn't tell them to be here.
Enemies on the left!
Really?
What the Norns did to trick all these raiders into guarding them. Not that they have any idea that's what they're doing.
Freya, thank you for your help. I know this was not your focus.
The sooner we find your son, the sooner you'll be able to focus. I just hope it works.
Just the same. Thank you.
A fine sentiment, but write her a bloody note when we're out of the cold, brother.
Yeah, see, in the first game, Kratos would have kicked his ass for saying something like that. There we go.
Okay, I feel something. It's stronger this time. Over here.
Hold on, I gotta get my mad loot. Mad loot acquired.
Open We found it.
Ah, isn't it always the third place you look? Is everyone hearing that creepy whisper?
It is like an itch in the mind.
It means we've stepped into their domain. Be ready for anything.
Illusions.
Projections, possibly. But assume nothing. There's no telling what manner of creature they've made unwitting guard.
Delightful.
That was the first significant graphic clipping I've seen in the game so far. Okay. I think Snacks is out of commission for at least the moment. Yeah, the Broncos just need one more guy to be good and they can really contend. And they cannot find him. Annoying.
Kratos, Ghost of Sparta,
Oh.
Bane of Olympus, Destroyer of Fate, Cruel Striker, Bringer of War, Weapon of the Gods, turned against his enemies.
Guy's a damn Terminator. Oh. That was uncalled for.
Kratos, Ghost of Sparta, Bane of Olympus, Destroyer of Fate, Cruel Striker, Bringer of War, Weapon of the Gods, turned against his creators. He chases a redemption he knows he can never deserve.
Yeah, I think part of it, though, this sounds kind of lame. Part of it is when one player is that ball dominant, it can get tough. He's always got the ball in his hands, whether he's looking for an assist or a score. There's a little bit of a question, I think, of, the level of ball dominance. Whether or not it's, at a certain point, even for an unselfish player like Jokic, it becomes an issue. He doesn't play D. I mean, Jokic is awesome. He's one of my favorite players, but I do wonder if maybe just being that ball dominant makes things damn near impossible. Oh! That was a loud one.
We in our own minds yet? He certainly seemed real enough.
I hate to tell you, the parts in your mind will be real soon.
Yeah. When Kobe had his best statistical seasons, the Lakers barely made the playoffs or didn't.
This place almost looks familiar, but different. Like a confused memory.
A rather hostile memory at that.
These fates should know I will not be deterred.
Freya of the Vanir, Master of Magics, Queen of the Valkyries, Witch of the Woods, Frigg of Asgard, Destroyer of all she would hope to protect. Though she always finds somebody to
Oh, that's cool, right, guy? Damn dark elves. Whoa! I wish I realized I could have done that during the fight. That would have been OP. I think Snacks went to bed, but I'm not sure.
Here we go.
Counselor to Kings, Mary Wanderer of the Woods, Robin of the Goodfellows.
Let me guess. I'm a long-winded know-it-all and I cannot change. See? You forgot smartest man alive.
Oh! Whoa, that was cool. I mean, for her. What she just pulled off there was actually kind of nice. Oh. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I thought you fell asleep, dude. Oh.
Mimir of the Aesir,
Here we go.
Counselor to Kings, Mary Wanderer of the Woods, Robin of the Goodfellows.
Let me guess. I'm a long-winded know-it-all and I cannot change. See? You forgot smartest man alive.
Okay.
I suppose there's one small consolation to this ordeal. At least we won't have to introduce ourselves.
Don't credit your reputation, Mimir. They see the
Oh, okay.
of any who approach them.
What is that?
A phantom!
Oh.
Rogue magic! Aim for the runic core!
Bloody hell, look at that thing! Leave yourself an opening! Don't waste it!
Oh, I see.
Nicely done. Keep on it. Behind you.
There we go. Oh.
Knock them down. Quickly. Well, yet another gift. Winter, I suppose.
The magic draining out of all of us has to end up somewhere.
Oh, hey man. What's up?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, phone call. Actually, it's work related.
Oh, okay. I was about to say it's not bad news. I hope. Well, I guess it could still be bad news.
Sorry, I accidentally hit F5. After I said work related, hit F5.
Said no. What I said was, well, I'm glad it's not bad news. And then I was like, well, I guess it could still be bad news.
This way.
I think I accidentally got somebody fired.
Okay.
It's not necessarily my fault, but I was telling a story. I was like, hey, that guy, he told me that this happened. Isn't that crazy? I was just spreading office gossip. And it turns out he told his boss, who I was talking to, a completely different fucking excuse. So they were like, oh, could you repeat that story again? So then, like, I told them, and they're like, well, he told me that he was in the hospital that day. I was like, that is not what he told me. Now, I don't know that that means that he didn't tell you the truth, but it means that he told me a lie at the very least, for whatever you want to take that for. And they were like, well, let me go ahead and look at the video camera footage here. And then they're like, well, I think I gotta fire this guy because he's full of shit. And I was like, well, that is not what I expected was gonna happen. I don't think my testimony will actually hold up in the case of a wrongful termination suit because it was given while I was under the influence of alcohol. I'm like, I need you to know that so that you don't.
So wait a minute. So you're saying he gave a reason for why he was taking a day off, and it was different from the one he gave you?
Correct. He gave a reason to his boss he was taking a day off because he was vomiting up blood. And then he told me, he was all like, yeah, I went to the UFC fight.
Okay, but why is it the boss's business why you take a day off? You should be able to can you really get fired because the reason you took a day off is not acceptable?
Yes, because the reason that you called out was for recreational purposes. You lied about the reason. You made it seem like it was a medical issue.
Oh,
when
he
there was
called
a case
out.
of-
Okay.
Yes, where all hands were on deck. You lied and made it sound like a medical issue when it was actually for recreational purposes. And on top of that, this isn't his first offense. He has a history of being a shitbag of an employee. So this is just yet another nail in the coffin. Funny thing about, like, I didn't even know this dude's name until like a week ago.
Hmm.
Welcome here. Wait!
No. And I guess it's his fault at the end of the day, but I guess you can't help but feel a little bit like a narc, huh?
Yeah, I feel bad. Because, like, I'm drunk. I didn't have any control of this. I was just making conversation. I'm just sitting there like we're on stream together, and I'm just sitting there like making text messages, just like hee hee funny, hee hee silly, and then all of a sudden I'm getting a phone call. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, I'll be right back, Joker. And then I hit answer, and then before I know it, I'm costing a dude his livelihood, and I'm like, what the hell? This isn't what I intended. I was just posting Conor McGregor.
Hopefully he doesn't know it was you. But I guess he'd probably be able to figure it out, huh?
Oh, almost certainly, because I think I was the only person that he told.
Okay.
I'm not exactly concerned over that in terms of his individual retribution. What I am concerned over is developing a reputation. But
As a-
again, I want to leave this job soon anyway. So like, 6 more weeks maybe, if I get my way. So I'm like, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Why is this game acting like Frigg and Freya are two different people?
I think it's because you may be in a realm that's trying to torture Freya with. Oh yes, I know exactly the what you're going through right now. You're trying to visit this
Fate.
realm's version of the Fates, right?
Right. Correct.
What they're doing is they're torturing every member of your group with their past. So I see you fighting the boss right now. You're fighting, supposed to be Sigrun. This is to torture Mimir. And that previous boss you were just fighting was just to torture Freya.
Right. But it was kind of weird, different names, even though we know it's the same character.
Right. Because they're the Fates, they know everything about each character. So because of that, they're torturing you with your past. You remember in the last game where Helheim was torturing Baldur with his past?
Yeah.
Then Mimir says something like, this is a special torture that the realm has devised to torture the people who are here with their past because it's well, yeah, that's the most effective torture. So that's what's going on right now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why, as if you think about it, Freya, the most effective torture for Freya is going to be calling her Frigg, because Frigg is what the Asgardians called her. Frigg is what Odin called her, because it was the Aesir word for beloved, or something like that.
Right.
It just reminds her of that horrifying time period in her life where she was Odin's wife, but basically also a war bride captive. She was basically a prisoner who volunteered to be a sex slave in exchange for freeing her people.
And then he didn't free her people anyway.
Yeah. To be fair, he kept up his end of the bargain until he felt that the deal had been violated on Freya's part, and that was when he finished it there. But now we know Odin's demands were unreasonable, and that he was a piece of crap for what he did anyway. But from Odin's perspective, he feels he didn't do anything wrong because the deal was only nullified after the Vanir reneged on it in the first place.
True. Well, I mean, villains don't revel in their villainy, right? The villains are the heroes of their own story, so of course they have their own side of things.
And as everyone says to you in this game, and this isn't spoilers because it was in the last game too, everyone says the same thing about Odin. He's incredibly selfish and he's incredibly solipsistic. He basically only considers his own perspective, and when he looks at other people, he's only viewing them in terms of their ability to service his own ends. Now, when he married Freya to end war and begin the peace, now, Mimir says he did that because he was horny and he really wanted to bang Freya a lot, and Odin was unmarried. And Mimir was like, I realized that a marriage deal here would have been exactly what would have brought Odin to the peace table, because he really wanted to bang Freya really badly. So I get that. But more than that, what Odin wanted was access to the Vanir magic, and when Freya refused to teach him the Vanir magic, that was when the marriage soured. As I don't know if you've gotten as far, this is a minor minor spoiler, but Freya later on in one of her quests is you might have already done this, I don't know. But one of her quests is like she talks about how her marriage with Odin ended.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
she
I did do
says,
that one. I did do that
okay,
one.
good. So that's not a spoiler. So when she was talking about uh, when she would receive gifts from Odin, and each one was more beautiful than the last, and he stopped when she refused to teach him the Vanir magic. So when she refused to teach him the Vanir magic, that's when things fucking they stopped in terms of his desire to be romantic to her. Now,
Hmm.
he was still fucking her, but again, sex slave, basically. But she was no longer treated as a wife. She was a prisoner. So she's been through some shit, you know. She's definitely had a very negative experience, all told. But what's important is that Odin's not a good dude.
Hmm.
And this is what I was talking about on Unreliable Narrators before, is I'm like, everyone who isn't Odin hates Odin. So when they talk about Odin, you can't trust what they're saying because it's colored by the fact that they hate Odin. But
Hmm.
Odin is also a piece of shit. So when Odin says things about himself, you can't trust that either because Odin is a piece of shit. So in a situation where you can't trust anyone in terms of what they're saying about what Odin did,
Hmm.
how do you know what the truth is and what isn't?
This question might not really be answerable, but in like traditional Norse mythology, is Odin a dickhead too, or is it like something for
In
this game?
traditional Norse mythology, literally all of the Aesir are basically the noblest of noble beings,
Hmm.
and because they're the gods that the Norse worshipped. So in traditional Norse mythology, the Aesir depiction is that they were the noblest creatures to ever be in existence.
Really? They didn't have Thor going around impregnating random mortal women?
No, it was not like the Greeks where Zeus would fuck anything with a pulse. Thor was the great defender. Thor was actually the guardian of mankind in Midgard.
Hmm.
That he the in Norse mythology, the giants were bloodthirsty, and Thor in his war against the frost giants
She must be
protected
theirs.
Midgard, protected mankind.
I'll ask her.
So this is how you see in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's what Thor was originally. He was constantly trying to fuck with the giants, and he liked it because in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he liked it because he liked fucking with the giants. But in Norse mythology, it was because the giants were trying to wipe out mankind, and
Hmm.
Thor was the protector of man. Thor was the guardian of Midgard.
In my land, they keep children away
Signs up.
from the water by telling them to
Odin
jump
is
over
the
the
All
island.
Father. He was the
Course, nobody can handle
wise
such a
king
thing,
who was
unless it is
trying to
suspected.
protect all of creation and do the right thing.
Aye.
So,
Mystical water steeds
in
visit
terms
the
of
goblin
Norse
priest mother.
mythology, Anthony Hopkins' interpretation of Odin in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is actually pretty on the ball,
Hmm.
where he was very,
That might not be her favorite subject.
very honorable, trying to protect mankind.
Oh. Oh, that's kind of a cool reference if that's what they're doing here. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you're going to build a religion and you want people to worship your god, you want them to be likable.
Over here.
Fate's own hideaway. Never doubted we'd make it.
Well, one of either likable or at the very least awe-inspiring. You
Right.
know, if they're not likable, then at least present them with like they have so much power that you best show reverence to them, or you're in for a world of shit. Now that's more Old Testament kind of stuff, not New Testament kind of stuff, but even the God of Abraham was presented in such a way.
True. And I got to take another leak, so I will be right back, guys. Just chill out for a few minutes.
I know that feeling, but the last thing I'm going to say before you go on break, the last thing I'm going to say about this is that a lot of people get very confused playing this game because this game is very popular and the Marvel Cinematic Universe is very popular. So a lot of people get very confused about the differences between the lore, but what they need to realize is that the Norse people who follow this religion were the Vikings. They were an incredibly bloodthirsty people, and what they viewed as honorable, and what they viewed as good, and what they viewed as just and right is very different compared to what Marvel Comics views as being just and right and honorable
Right.
in the 21st century. So there's a lot of confusion, and there
I'm
should
sure.
be, because people just aren't considering that kind of thing. So go ahead. That I'm rant finished.
Okay. Okay, I am back. Yeah, we're now 20 hours in, and I'm probably still about 40% of the way through because I've mostly been doing side quests. So we are looking at, even if you decided to do no side quest stuff, I think you're looking at least 35 hours.
Kratos, Freya, and Mimir's head. Enter the home of the Norns. Tentatively. They have finally reached their destination. Kratos speaks first.
I seek my son.
You know the child is an Asgard. No, you seek what all who search for us seek. To know the ending to your story. The ghost of Sparta furrows his brow menacingly. He resists the urge to grunt. Oh, he fails.
That was actually kind of funny.
I didn't realize my mic was muted. What's up? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Can you hear me, Joker? Joker. Joker, say something if you can. Shit. Okay, hold on. I didn't realize you couldn't hear me. You can hear me now, right? Joker.
You come
Sorry about that.
piteous archetypes, seeking
Oh,
freedom from your scripts.
the hitter's way more valuable.
Minds would grant you the power to rewrite them.
Speak plain.
You will die, Kratos of Sparta.
But you called him the destroyer of fate. There must be a way to subvert destiny.
There is no destiny, Puck. The protagonists are speechless. They do not understand. There is no grand design.
Yes,
no
PS5.
script. Only the choices you make. That your choices are so predictable merely make us seem prescient. When my son was born, shut up! Your prophecy said he would die a needless death. And he did. Because you could not let him go. Because he thirsted for revenge. And because you kill gods. But what Kratos did, it was not out of hate. Should I bring him a crown then? He still slays gods, but now he's sad about it? You are the sum of your choices, nothing more. And because your choices never change, you will learn that Heimdall intends to kill your son in Asgard.
No, it's fate. It's the Norse equivalent of like the fates. People who know the future, people who foresee everything, etc.
And you will do what you do best. And then Ragnarok. The skies burn, the curtains fall. Exunt omnes.
Heimdall.
Again, he misses the point. Focusing on the second act to the exclusion of the final. A common mistake in storycraft.
We are leaving.
He stomps away, followed closely by Freya. I enjoyed your story, Kratos. Pity it has to end so soon.
Attention, what did you say?
Well, that was
Joker?
educational.
I will say the Raiders can score some points, and the Broncos really can't, so I can't completely rule it out. I'm just a little
Broncos
skeptical.
suck ass cheeks. The Broncos are basically the NFL's equivalent to Ebola.
Let us leave this place.
Where you just don't even want to touch them because you know if you do, you're probably going to die. They're awful. Russell Wilson, I'm pretty sure that he hasn't committed a heinous crime in his life.
Feel things getting more normal already.
And yet, I
Wait.
hate him as if
That
he
drink.
has.
Well, isn't that interesting?
What is this?
That's the new
You know what I mean?
Odin hung himself with. As part of his endless mad
Russ-
quest for secrets of
Russ-
life and death and what have you.
What are you doing?
It's a charged object, significant to Odin.
Can you imagine if Russell Wilson was actually making a great sacrifice? That he never gave up on Seattle. He was a Seahawk the whole time. He was actually just ruining another franchise in exchange for them to give the Seahawks a king's ransom. And he's like, I don't fucking care. I get paid either way. This is the best way I can serve Seattle, right?
Consider killing Heimdall, would you? Oh, is that all?
You're wrong to dissuade him, Mimir. You know Heimdall.
I grant you that he's a spiteful, vicious little shit.
Hey, this game has an Aryan Heimdall. Back to the way things are meant to be.
If we had the chance to eliminate him before Ragnarok, we shouldn't hesitate.
Considering his powers of foresight alone, that is an if of mountainous size.
Of course, they did take the opportunity to make him a jackass, so I don't know if I should be too excited about it.
What could be worse?
I want CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud wants you. I think.
Even supposing we're all perfectly comfortable plotting an assassination, and I, for one, am a mite rusty at that measure, we've got no way to reach Heimdall, and no way to kill him if we did.
I have killed gods greater than him.
I don't doubt that.
Is Heimdall even a god? Like, I thought he was just like the Night Watch man. How is Heimdall a god? He can barely do anything. He's just an asshole.
Kratos, I see something. Up there.
And Tua, I mean, there are still some real issues with Tua's health. Tua, the player, is wonderful, but I wouldn't say everything's perfect over there right now. And I'm not talking about this season. I'm talking about before.
That's the wrong way up if you want to get out of here.
I mean, I'd really hate to come this way, all this way, and just get the Fates trolling me for like 2 minutes, and then I leave.
think we're missing the Norn's message here. We've all got our tendencies, and yours is to run headlong into danger to protect the ones you love.
I not intend to change. Not about that.
Why should you? Apparently my tendency is to kill the ones I love.
Freya.
I don't need you to comfort me. Either of you.
Their accusation was cruel. None of us believe.
The truth can be a cruel thing. Anyone care to argue with that?
No. But Baldur's fate had many causes. Prophecy among them.
How do you mean, brother?
There are many tales in my homeland of those who fulfilled prophecy by attempting to avoid it. So it was when Freya tried to protect Baldur. And so it was when I accused my son of going to Asgard.
Then we agree. It'd be foolish to go after Heimdall.
No. If Heimdall must die for Atreus to live, then Heimdall must die.
How can you say that, knowing what you know?
Because if Heimdall is a threat to my son, I must act. It is
your nature. Well played, Norns.
I mean, people are in love with extremes when it comes to analyzing things like, oh, Russ is playing bad this year, therefore Russ must have never been good. Like, you don't have to go that far. Okay, you can hit the brakes well before you get to that point, and you're probably still in pretty good shape. And by the way, Russ can absolutely become a pretty decent player again if he puts in the time. Like, he's just got to hit the film room this offseason. Like, he won't ever be amazing again, but he can be a solid quarterback again.
Consider our plans.
Listen, brother. Before you make any hasty decisions, why don't you blow off a little steam? I'm sure there was some loose end we meant to circle back to. Give your mind a little time to process everything.
I suspect there's unfinished business here at the lake, though I'm certainly happy to spend time somewhere other than Midgard.
It's your choice, brother.
See if we can do this fight. Oh. This isn't that. Yeah, but who are the Texans going to beat? They've mastered the art of playing good games and losing anyway. So I don't know who it is who they're going to drop one to. Like, I think Denver could get the number 2 pick. I don't know how they get to 1, though. That's going to be so hard. Yeah, I think this is probably the best God of War game. I will say, though, when God of War 2018 hit, the things they did to mix up the formula were so, like, shockingly effective, and it was shocking that it existed at all, but worked so well. You can't really do that again, right? Like, you can only shock the audience like that once, and then they're going to be expecting it. Because, like, I love the older God of War games, of course, but it was always about pure testosterone, like Kratos just screaming at everybody and killing everybody and having sex with all the women and then killing the women after having sex with them, and it was like,
Oh, that's based right there.
I mean, basically, it was just like an endless stream of like heavy metal video gaming, like just endless like ripping people's heads off and stabbing them and ripping their spleen out. And then they come at it from this angle where they go, okay, he's older now, he's learned, he's trying to be a better, he's trying to have let his son be better than what he was as a person. He doesn't want his son to be what he ended up becoming. All right, what do we have here? Like, for them to take that direction was, I think, really surprising and inspired. But this is probably the best God of War game. It basically takes the 2018 game and improves on it in any reasonable technical aspect. And I don't think the story's... I mean, we're early, but the story is... I mean, I don't think it's any worse. Maybe you could say the first one was better because it was so self-contained, but this does have some layers of complexity to it that the first game didn't. It's going to take me a really long time. Oh, I thought I was going to prompt a fight. I'll look at it later. Jesus. All right. Let's go back and try that fight again, I guess. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it right now, but maybe. I thought Red Dead 1 was a really good game. I do think Red Dead 2 made a seismic leap forward over it, though, just because there was just so much more going on in that game. But it's probably a better game just because there's more to it. It's bigger, it's longer, there's more content. They mix up the formula while keeping it somewhat similar. Like, this is probably the better game. But, oh man, okay, yeah, we're still not going to be doing this fight right now. But I can't imagine, unless there's something really funky that happens in the story at some point, I can't imagine being somebody who, like, really loved the first God of War from 2018 and then didn't like Ragnarok. That would be odd. Unless it just has to do with a very personal take on the story they chose. What do you... No, that's not even close to being true. What about Grand Theft Auto? You're all... Not only... I mean, you're playing as, like, the pure bad guy in most Grand Theft Auto games. In most Grand Theft Auto games, the main character is not even slightly redeemable. He's just some jackass trying to get rich like Tommy Vercetti. Like, Grand Theft Auto 4 decided to make him redeemable.
Now tell me of this power Heimdall wields. He sees the future.
More like he reads the person. seize their intention.
My intent will be to kill him. Knowing that will be no advantage.
Brother, this is no one to underestimate. Any move you make, he'll have seen it coming. If you must
Anderson.
face him, we need something else. An edge. Humor me?
Hey, Axe 2, what's up?
Very well. We will ask the dwarves.
Ah, the inevitable asking of the dwarves.
Oh yeah, I know JS. It definitely is. But that doesn't change the fact that you're always playing as a very clearly bad person, unless it's 4.
Could I have a moment of your time? Oh dear, what's to be done? Master Kratos, it's important we speak at your
What is
earliest...
it you want?
It has come to my attention that Nithog has been slain, and as a result, her offspring have been let loose into the Nine Realms.
What of it?
Unfortunately, without a proper role model to supervise them, the little rascals are certain to fall to mischief. In time, said mischief could culminate in nothing less than their devouring of the Nine Realms entirely. In order to avoid such a grisly fate, I'd like you to bring the Lindworms to me. I believe I can act as a satisfactory paternal figure in their upbringing.
I mean, he's barely in the game, as it turns out. But this eye patch wearing squirrel is definitely a tone shift.
You mean to say you'd raise them by yourself?
Indeed. I have no small experience managing extreme personalities. Compared to wrestling with my emotions in the most literal of senses, I dare say raising a handful of Lindworms will be a walk in the park. Well, any questions before you travel on?
About Nithog. You should know. We had no choice. It was Odin's doing.
Oh, I am very well aware indeed of the alleged All-Father's role in this tragedy. Sadly, there's no expecting him to clean up after himself. Not all gods showed the interest that you do in righting past wrongs. Now please, take the capture device and see if you can find our missing Lindworms. I think that's the long and short of it. Safe travels. Hi, take the hint. Go away! Well, any questions before you travel on?
I can't remember much about San Andreas. I think CJ was a little bit, like, a little redeemable, but mostly no. Yeah, I know, D-Terp. That's not a bad idea.
They're back. They're back.
Simmer down. I see 'em.
I have news.
Oh. Did the Norns tell you how to get Atreus back? Do we have a plan?
The Norns say Atreus will be killed by Heimdall. The plan is to kill Heimdall first.
Oh, wow. Okay, Heimdall. Let's see. Never loses, sees everything coming, unpopular at parties. This won't be easy.
Whatever his advantages, I will overwhelm him with my own.
That's the idea. You gotta overpopulate his senses, see? And I got just the thing in mind to help you do it. Sindri, go get dropped.
Like, San Andreas is definitely a
Our supplies.
better game
And to spare.
Even if we did.
than Vice City, but I did play Vice City a lot more.
You mean we combine it with...
That's right.
And then when it'll go... Damn you, that's brilliant. Very well. I suppose there's nothing to do, but... Go fetch Dropnir.
Well, my first instinct was that Lovey would get fired after 1 year, but after having a couple talks with Brandon about it, he's actually very confident they're going to keep Lovey. So, sure.
Is that the guy who was the coach of the Buccaneers when Jameis Winston first got drafted?
No, he was the Bears coach when they went to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman.
Oh, then who the fuck am I thinking of?
The coach of the Bucks when they drafted Jameis Winston. That was that Raheem Morris? Hold on, let me
Here, I'll
look
go
this.
to Google. Who was the coach Of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they drafted a rapist. Lovey Smith.
Wait, what? I totally forgot Lovey Smith was the coach of the Bucks at any point. Wow. Okay. How did I forget that?
Yeah, that's right. The Bucks hired a team private investigation, spoke to more than 75 people during the investigation into Winston's off-field life. The Bucks felt the investigation was thorough, and head coach Lovey Smith explained why they still decided to draft him. So we had some incidents in college about James to consider, the crab legs, crab legs, crab legs, crab legs. The entire rest of the article is just the word crab legs over and over and over again. I hit Control F and crab legs. It says 1 out of 800. So Lovey appears to have gone a little bit off script there. But yeah, Lovey Smith, he was the head coach. So now that we know that Jameis is a bust, everyone thought that Lovey was a shitty coach, and that was why the Bucks sucked. But we know that it was Jameis's fault because not only has Jameis been exposed as an awful quarterback, but literally the moment that they just replaced him with Tom Brady straight up and made no other changes to the roster, they won a Super Bowl literally instantly. So that wasn't Lovey's fault. But I
Yeah.
wonder if his reputation as a coach is going to recover, because when you can legitimately say, you point the finger on somebody else and say that wasn't his fault, and you damn well know it, how often it is that somebody else gets a chance. But is Lovey Smith the coach of the Seahawks right now?
No, Lovey Smith is the coach of the Texans, and they're the worst team in the league. But I guess they kind of went into the season mentally accepting that they had the worst roster, so whatever. And he's going to get to keep his job no matter what, which I
Well,
guess
then you know
is
what?
true.
Lovey Smith has a place in the NFL. The fact of the matter is, somebody needs to coach the crappy teams who are tanking openly. Somebody needs to coach the crappy teams that are rebuilding who are going to be bottom feeders. Somebody has to do it. Because a team can't just not have a head coach, even if they're rebuilding. So Lovey's got a job for life, not with the same team, but he's got a job for life. Because he is a shit coach. And that's where he belongs, as he coaches the bottom feeders. He will guarantee you a bottom 5 record every year.
Got it. I think.
That's incompetence that you can count on.
No.
Which means it's valuable, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think Houston would do that. Huh. Okay, so I don't know what Dragnir is.
Well, I mean, hold on. Let's consider this for a minute. Houston drafted a rapist. And if there's nothing else you can say for Lovey Smith, he knows how to coach rapists.
Well, I gathered what's fit for gathering.
Wait a minute, is he actually the best rape coach ever? I'm sorry, I'm gonna get your channel banned. Tiny hats be damned. Discussing this is what's gonna fucking take you down.
Oh. Whew, that's a relief. Ow. Kratos? Whenever you're ready.
So, for some reason, Dragnir was being kept in a sea of, like, finger rings, and it was, like, in one of the rings. That was really weird, whatever the heck just happened there. I want to know more about that room.
I don't like who I became on our last adventure. I can't be around the violence that follows him. That follows you both. I'm sorry.
God, Tyr is such a pussy. This is going to be like in Die Hard. It's going to be like the end of Die Hard when the cop who's sworn off guns has to use his gun. Tyr is going to be like the Carl, Officer Carl.
What the fuck is going on with my fucking phone? Come on, damn it.
Always a joy to work on these.
D-Terp, I actually was kind of happy about it. We got some players that I definitely recognize.
May it strike true. Cool. Their deaths will be painless-ish. Anything for Freya? Gonna keep it spatter-free this time, right? Kratos?
We need a middle infielder, and then we're probably going to need to add some bullpen arms, but nothing huge, nothing big. Just like normal stocking the shelves type stuff. Oh, Snacks, I know you saw my message about Warzone 2. It's a Call of Duty game. I don't know very much about it either, but it's free right now, so I thought I'd ask.
I'm sure we can find a game that's so free that we could play that's not bad.
Yeah, I don't
Let me
even know
ask you
what
this.
Warzone is, really.
You're somewhat of a fan of Left 4 Dead gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how much you know about Warhammer Vermintide, but it's very similar to it. But I'm not bringing it up for that. I'm bringing it up because the makers of Vermintide are making a highly requested and very popular uh, version of the game, which is Warhammer 40K, which is the one with the Space Marines that everyone loves, the one that's really popular. And it's supposed to be released soon. I think it might have actually already come out. Is basically Left 4 Dead style gameplay. There's a bit more of a focus on melee weapons than Left 4 Dead typically, but because it's 40K, there's guns in it just like Left 4 Dead, and it's very similar. So maybe you'd like that. I don't know.
What'll it be?
Maybe.
It'd probably be better than Back 4 Blood. I tell you how much.
Right. Oh, Warzone is Battle Royale. Okay, yeah, I'm not really that interested in Battle Royale. Not really my thing.
Ooh, a souvenir from foreign lands?
Dieter Valhalla was good, but it's the worst Assassin's Creed games because of all those fucking bugs.
I'm only just realizing all the little routines I've had to adopt taking care of Dropnir. I'll miss melting rings down for crafting gold, but I suppose we have enough to see us through to Ragnarok. Too soon?
No, I beat Valhalla. Or I'm done with it at least. The game is actually extremely unclear on when you've beaten it. So I just finished getting all of England to pledge to me, and I was like, okay, I beat the game. I don't care what the game says. I beat it.
See you out there.
Odyssey is definitely a lot better than Valhalla. Odyssey was really good. Origins was really good. Valhalla would have been the best if they had just made the game like work better. There's so many glitches and so many like weird moments where the game just kind of breaks down.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, no. This whole thing were my idea. I'll speak to the lady. I never get to speak to the lady.
There are reasons for that.
Brock will go.
What? No. I have
You
to.
heard him. Quit your fretting. I ain't gonna mess nothing up.
Why does Kratos care?
What the? No, you pimpin' shrimps. Think that'll keep us out? Well, Think the fuck again.
Brock is cool. Brock is cool. I can see why Kratos wants to hang with him instead, honestly.
What was all that then?
Oh, just Sindri trying to hog all the glory. Same old shit.
Not that. The gate.
Into Lore Odyssey, it's way deeper, and with the different parts of Greece, you got way more variation. Yeah, Unity got its bugs fixed, but Valhalla hasn't, and I don't think it ever's going to because it's been out 2 years, which is ridiculous.
Most likely someone in Nidavellir been making a fuckery of the works. Probably on account of all that incursioning you got up to. But don't worry, you little dangling head. Old Brock came prepared. I got ways in and out from the old days. Gates said never even think to look for, on account of being stupid.
Brock.
Like, Assassin's Creed 3 had bugs, but by the time I played it, they had fixed them.
Direct to the forge camp. I'll meet you up there. Go on.
Brock,
And he's gone. You sure he was the right pick for this, brother?
I trust him. He speaks plain.
And yet so colorfully.
Well, Bungie did the same thing with the Halo Master Chief Collection. Every game in that collection, except for the original Halo, is busted on co-op. And they won't fix it because they don't care.
They didn't fix it because they were trying to focus all of their developmental energies on Halo Infinite, but Halo Infinite flopped big time. So they're kind of just taking a bath on it, which is really strange from a business perspective, but I guess they feel like they don't have to
Careful, brother. That
be
looks
responsible, you know?
Well, like,
It's somebody else's money, right?
the thing is, when Halo Infinite came out, it was... people generally liked it, and then Bungie abandoned the game and never updated it and added content, so people stopped playing it. They kind of blew that one unforced. Yeah, D-Terp, I'm sure the Master Chief Collection is good, but it actually has bugs. I don't know why I keep saying Master Chef. It's Master Chief.
Because you're used to saying Master Chef. You just did... Over the last week, you've done over 188 hours of Iron Chef content commentary. It's only to be expected.
That is true.
People think that your stream and your YouTube channel and all that is about Seattle sports. They're completely wrong. It's about Seattle cooking. Seattle, as everyone knows, is the culinary capital of the entire Western world. Wherever taste buds are exposed to new and exotic flavors, there is a Seattleite, Seattlean, Seattle something, whatever the name is for people who live in Seattle. There's a Seattleite.
Yeah, that is what it is.
Personally, I prefer Seattleist.
Oh, I've seen that one, JS. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, in fact, the Ezio collection is kind of the only stuff with lore worth a damn in the entire franchise. All the other Assassin's Creed games kind of gave up on actually having any kind of lore.
Because they're bad authors.
Watch the tongue, Kratos!
it's kind of sad because the original Assassin's Creed game was actually my favorite. I really liked the original Assassin's Creed game, and I feel like that is actually the best platform that they could have went off of. It's sad that they continue to go further and further in time. I really enjoyed Assassin's Creed 3. I love the Revolutionary Year thing, and I got a huge Last of the Mohicans vibe from the story of the game. I really enjoyed that. But if you think about it, if they went off of the foundation of the original Assassin's Creed that they'd set up, they could have had like the game kind of being like also a Crusade franchise in addition to being an Assassin's Creed franchise, which made sense because there was no need to get gunpowder weapons involved in there at all. And there was a lot of opportunity because how many different Crusades were there? There were very many. The Holy Land has for thousands of years been a hotbed of conflict in human history. People are constantly fighting each other there, so it's a place that is rife for assassination, a place that is rife for an assassin's guild to be able to fucking thrive there. And it would have also made sense from the context of religious artifacts actually being leftover fucking stuff from aliens who are actually the ones who created mankind and blah blah blah, whatever weird crap that they came up with for Assassin's Creed. It makes sense because it's all taking place in a Holy Land. Like that's where you figure that conflict would all be fucking unfolding, right? The cradle of civilization, you know? Whatever. The point is,
Yeah, I think they just wanted to go, like, do everything that had ever happened in the history of the world.
exactly, and they really fucked up by doing that because it very quickly lost any semblance of cohesion, and that really kind of spelled the doom of the franchise more than anything else. It's funny because Black Flag is probably the best Assassin's Creed game, like in general, just like top to bottom, the best. But it's also the one that has like the least to do with Assassin's Creed at all. Franchise as a concept is also the best game. It kind of taught them the wrong lessons, you know?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point because I remember getting Black Flag and being really excited because I wanted to learn more about the lore of the Assassin's Creed franchise because 2, Brotherhood, Revelations 3 had all added a ton to the lore. And then in Black Flag, it was like, oh, I guess they're just soft rebooting.
Right.
In fairness, there was nothing else to do. They had literally raided all of history to find stuff to fit into the conspiracy plot.
Do you remember that weird British guy who was part of Desmond's team in the original Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, he's still there in the last one.
I think that the series would have been well served if that guy wanted to practice performing a prostate exam on Desmond. I think that would have enhanced. God damn it. Well, I tell you what, British guy should have gotten a prostate exam. Total biscuit.
Wait, what?
Oh, Gilbert. You're gonna get in trouble again.
That actually kind of reminded me. Go ahead. You finish first.
Well, because I was gonna say because he died of colon cancer. You know.
Oh, okay.
Feels bad,
man. Apparently, Boogie has cancer.
Good.
He made a video the other day saying I have a rare form of cancer.
He's also morbidly obese, so like something was gonna kill him. Like.
Right.
Come on, man.
Every time I think about feeling bad for him, then I think about that video he did where he made a smoothie out of Doritos and Mountain Dew and drank it. Oh, I know he lost weight, D-Turp, but he still weighs 380 pounds. He still weighs almost double what I weigh, so, I mean... Just, he's got a long way to go. But, I mean, it's not like I hate Boogie because he's fat. I hate him because he can't control himself and acts like a jackass and preys on stupid people in order for him to keep his livelihood.
Sindri, is that you?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Nico Cotto Avocado is definitely going to die soon. He wants to die, I'm sure. There's no way that guy's happy.
I want him to die too. I'm tired of he looks like it makes me feel gross whenever I look at him. Like I feel disgusted looking at him. So I hope that he dies. Jesus.
Please
Fucking
listen.
guy.
You have to let me take Brock's place.
He
can't
really
talk to the
threw
lady
his whole
people.
life away
He
just to
mustn't.
try to fucking.
No. Do not ask again.
But oh dear.
Funny thing is, if you go back a year on Boogie's channel, he has a video bragging about how much money he made in crypto and how rich he is now.
See, it's funny because all those people kept holding, and it's like, look, fucking sell, because this, I personally take this to the bank. I personally believe that the value of crypto is going to recover. I believe that it will go back up.
Me too.
But I don't think it's going to happen for a long time because the entire world economy is going to be in the toilet circling the drain for a very long time. Because what not just the United States government, but what the governments of the entire Western world did during COVID, we're going to feel the effects and consequences of what they did for a long time to come. Plus the war in Ukraine and the effects of that, things are going to be bad for a very long time. We might not see anything resembling pre-COVID life if we ever see it again. We're probably not going to see it until 2030. That's my personal belief. So I think that crypto is going to recover. I think it will return to the levels it was at before. But it will be a long time before it gets there. And that's because it's going to be a long time before any financial investment and whatever manages to recover to that same level too. What I'm trying to say is buckle up, kids, because the worst is yet to come.
There. We keep cooperating. Maybe
Things are going to
someday
get a
it'll
lot
be
worse
Asgard
pretty
in
soon.
flames.
That is not my goal.
Doesn't mean it's not your destiny.
Yeah. There was no bigger scam than... Yeah. Are any NFTs, like, still worth anything? Or are they all just, like, penny stocks?
I think the only NFTs that have value are related to Stone Toss, and other than that, no.
Poor bastards.
Very much.
No, Swag. What's going on now?
These gates seem to be connected. See if you can break that far fixture.
Oh, I see. That's, interesting.
It's open.
I mean, the only thing about Wilson's life right now that sucks is that he's making a fool of himself right now, but, you know, who cares? I think most people would be totally fine making a fool of themselves if they were still making 40 million, $50 million a year to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was getting paid $40 million a year to watch somebody else fuck my wife, I probably would take the money and then just like be in a relationship with somebody else, but be like officially on paper married to that whore. But yeah, you know what I mean? Wait, he's not actually getting paid to watch someone else fuck his wife. That's just something he does in his spare time.
But you have to remember that he likes it. You might not.
You got a point. I forgot what Russell Wilson was getting paid for. Oh shit. He's such a bad football player. I forgot that he actually gets paid for football and not for somebody to fuck his wife. Shit. Um. Uh, as long as the only negative was me being humiliated publicly, yeah, I'd take $40 million to humiliate myself on national television once a week by playing football professionally. Like I would be the worst quarterback in the history of the NFL because I suck. But if I'm getting paid $40 million a year to do it, then fuck it. Like eventually they'll bench me just because of how much I suck, but my contract money's still guaranteed, so fuck, I don't care. Good God. Russell Wilson's getting paid $40 million a season and he wants to watch somebody else fuck his wife. That's insane. Like, he chooses that. Holy shit. He doesn't need that at all. He chooses that. My God. Something's broken in his brain. You know that.
I mean, I think pretty much every NFL player has something broken in their brain, right?
Tell the truth. Oh.
That movie's any good.
Probably not. Will Smith's in it.
Mm-hmm.
He's awful.
Will Smith don't have to curse in his rap songs, well, I do.
You know what? I'm like 67, so 2/3%. I'm 67% sure that Will Smith has the flexibility to suck his own dick, because I don't think he would accept life as it is if he wasn't able to do that. You know?
Yeah, I never really thought about it before, but it's a very valid point you make.
How the hell would you stay married to Jada Pinkett Smith if you had to, if you needed somebody else to service you like that and you couldn't service just oh man. He's come a long way from the French Prince. Or Fisher Price. Wasn't it the name of the thing?
Are you serious right now?
French Prince?
Fresh Prince.
Fresh Prince. The French bistro of Bel Air.
Dear Lord. Just think how this stream's going to be in like an hour.
Gilbert, you're gonna get in trouble again.
Oh, Gilbert, you're going to get in trouble again.
Oh god, ah, damn it. I shouldn't have said that, because I made myself sad, because as soon as I said it, the first thing I thought of was Norm's dead. And...
Will Smith got to smash Margot Robbie and is still crying over that baldy cucking him. That's a good point.
To be fair, that ball allegedly had his kids, but I think it's fair to request a DNA test. I don't think that Jaden is actually Will's
I'll
kid.
wager we can redirect the water to get that wheel turning.
I mean, if you told Will Smith that Jaden Smith wasn't actually his kid, that would be the happiest day of his life.
He'd be free. Oh, but he's still got that dumbass daughter of his. No, she's stupid enough that I think that's actually his kid. She's dumb as a fucking box of hammers, man, let me tell you. She had that song, I whip my hair back and forth, and that's like literally the only lyrics in the song. It is 5 minutes of, I whip my hair back and
I
forth.
remember that
whip
one.
My hair. Like, how the fuck? What tiny hat producer is actually sitting there like, yeah, this is gonna make me money? Like, who the hell?
That worked, shall we?
Jesus.
This opinion of yours, was that the reason you
Yeah, I've heard about the Jada Tupac stuff.
to lead your armies at Ragnarok?
Yeah, the Jada Tupac stuff is like the beginning of the Red Pill.
Yeah.
Because it is that obvious and well known and all that stuff. So I mean, at least congratulations on opening your eyes and buckle up because it's only gonna get a lot worse from here, believe me.
I know. And we both know the places protecting your child can.
Okay, go ahead and mute my mic for a second. I'm gonna say something that's really spicy.
I can't mute it from where I am. Let's just put a pin in it until a little later.
Okay. I'll be sure to remember that anyway.
I still don't know what you think you can say that's any better than some of the stuff you've already said in the last week.
Well, this one is something that I'm reasonably sure would like definitely get me into trouble. You'll understand better when I tell you.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, my flight had a layover at the Empire State Building.
Now, where have they got the third one hidden away?
Oh, Gilbert. That one wasn't funny. I am so happy that Gilbert Gottfried's last professional thing that he ever did before dying was that cameo on Smiling Friends that he did where he played God. That was actually really good. Because in the story in that episode, because I don't think you've seen it, there's this one character who actually dies and he goes to hell, but he makes a deal with the devil, and he actually succeeds. Like he wins the bargain, but the devil goes back on the bargain and he refuses to uphold his end of the deal. So then Gilbert Gottfried shows up. He goes, "A deal's a deal," and then like literally God just like busts into hell and he rescues the character, and he goes. He just fucking grabs on him and he just like shoots out of there and into the stratosphere. And he's all like, You helped the evil devil, Charlie. I hope this cool adventure has taught you something special. Merry Christmas! And then he yeets him back to Earth at like Mach 15 to resurrect him back to life.
So there's actually continuity in that show, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's not like Brickleberry where a character dies one episode and they're back the next one.
No, there's continuity.
I like shows with continuity, even stupid comedies.
Yeah, we're all waiting on season 2 right now. But the guys that made it, it's actually a very interesting concept for a show, because it's your typical run-of-the-mill fucking adult animated show. You know, there's nothing special in that regard. It's just that the people who made it is where it comes in as being special, because the people who made it are relatively famous YouTubers. So it's one of the first times that we've seen in the new generation of media where internet culture actually translates over to television and they make a new show. You know, like
Yeah.
imagine if you and your Hawks Nest stream actually attained so much popularity that you guys got your own show on ESPN.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent.
Except Smiling Friends hasn't is it's not like Smiling Friends is being aired on NBC during the evenings or
Right,
anything.
because it's okay. So instead of ESPN, I would say some Mexican sports channel that only airs in like 4 states. I don't know, whatever equivalent you'd want to come. It's like that they get less than 1 million viewers per show on actual television, but it's most of the people who watch it streamed on Adult Swim's website or on YouTube, and they don't keep track of those individual viewers. There's no Nielsen ratings for that, so
Yeah, it's probably doing quite well. It
I
seems
think it is.
relatively low budget, so it's probably good.
Yeah, it's making Adult Swim a ton of money. They renewed it for a second season after 1 episode, so they're all in on this franchise.
First episode was the one with the Red Letter Media guy voicing the character, right?
Yes, the first episode was the one with Mike Stacklazza making the appearance.
Broke new ground. Oh,
We'll take control. Blibbly control. That was actually fucking fantastic. Like that was the role that Mike Stacklazza was born for, let me tell you. It's this character feels suicidal the entire episode, and he's spreading those suicidal feelings to everybody else. So finally, he feels like he has a purpose in life after he kills, after he kills somebody. It's a fucking pest. So then he's all like, "Yes, death is what's been missing from my life this entire time. I'm a killer. I should become an exterminator." So then he opens up a new business to exterminate the pests that he killed, and they were called Bliblies. So then he opens up a new business. He calls it Desmond's Blibbly Control. So then they watch that commercial at the very end, and they're like, "Look, we made a difference in his life. We saved his life. We made a positive impact."
one
It was
second.
all like, "Yeah, if you got one of these fucking pieces of shit, we'll fucking exterminate him, man. We got lots of ways to kill him. We'll shoot him, stab him, smash him with a hammer, set him on fire." Based.
I'm thinking I might have to buy the PS5 controller charger station because the cables do not charge these controllers very well, I don't think.
Because the cables aren't meant to charge them during gameplay. They're meant to charge them during inactive periods. So imagine like you'd have one controller turned off that's just charging, and then you'd have another controller you're actually using. That's what they envision with it. They've made it that way so that you'd spend more money to buy an extra controller, right?
Yeah, I mean, I bought a second controller mostly because I like the color scheme, not because I needed a second controller necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's very much intentional. The first set of God of War games were just balls to the wall action, killing things every 3 seconds. This is trying to depict an older Kratos who has learned that nothing good comes from war, and that that he ultimately just wants to live his life. He's learned his lesson, so he's trying to be a better father for his son because, well, I mean, everybody knows this. I don't think this is a spoiler. Kratos killed his first child, so he's trying to do better by this one.
That's not a spoiler. In fact, one of the best parts of Ragnarok is that there's actually conversations he makes with some of the other characters that you deal with through the game. He actually mentions his past, which is really nice.
He
He
did a little
mentions
bit in the first one, I think. Not a lot, but a little bit.
he delves into it a lot more in this game. He literally references by name his past family. So yeah, it's nice because it's like that's what we've been waiting for.
Maybe if you talked about your doubts, they wouldn't explode when you talk to your son.
I do not doubt. She knows what I left behind. She would never have asked that of me.
Why would she?
Well, I'll tell you this, man.
She saw your fate. 3 of Odin's
I don't know
path she put you on. You don't think she knew exactly
who
what it meant sending you to Jotunheim?
the chicken is, but like that thing's huge.
The chicken?
There's a giant chicken.
You're right. It's not for me to say.
Excuse what? If you're sure.
In Helheim, there's a gigantic chicken.
Oh, okay. Sure there is.
It's gigantic.
Let me know if I can help with that.
Just out of place.
I think that's actually Atreus' destiny, is that he will create the first Kentucky Fried Chicken franchise. With a gigantic chicken like that.
It's no use without water in the trough.
There is water in the trowel.
That's a start.
There we go. There we go. Yeah.
Did I tell you about that time I was driving around and I was listening to the classical musical channel? And then
Yeah, you did.
The DJ was like, and now we're gonna hear from everyone's favorite Austrian. And I was like, oh God, no. you can't.
You're gonna get in trouble again.
He was like, that's right, Mozart. And I was like, he was like, okay, we're gonna start with everyone's favorite Austrian. It's a gentleman whose first name starts with an A. Now, he may have been an artist earlier in his life, but you know, folks, they think that later on in his life he was a little racist, and he may have done things people don't agree with. But I think history would be the judge. I was like, oh my God, no, please, 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 no. And he's like, Amadeus Mozart. I was like, what? He was like, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I was like, wait a minute. Woo.
I mean, if the guy wanted to end his career, he could have just gone to work one day as the DJ of the classical musical channel and played like WAP or something.
Oh man, now that's fantastic. It'd have been like, you know what? Classical music. There's no music more classical than Michael Jackson, and then just like 24-hour loop of Eat It. 24-hour loop of Eat It. Have some more chicken. Have some more pie. Oh man, if I was a radio DJ and I wanted to get fired, that's what I'd do. I'd have a 24-hour loop of fucking have some more chicken. Have some more pie. Doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried.
Do you like Weird Al? What's your opinion of him overall?
I'm indifferent towards him. I mean, he's definitely a great parody artist, but I mean, I'm not like I don't really have any feelings, positive or negative about him as an individual. I'm like, yeah, you know, he does good parodies. They seem dated now, but the only reason they seem dated now is because humor has evolved since.
Yeah. It is a little bit of basic level humor. So I get you. Alright, so anyway, I'm going to be wrapping things up pretty soon here because my controller is on its last legs. I need to charge it, I guess. I think I need to get the charging station. It's not that expensive anyway, so why not? And I got to start heading off to bed anyway, I guess. So yeah, but we did go for almost 5 hours.
Exactly. I do have tomorrow off. But
Nice.
It doesn't matter because you have the stream anyway.
I mean, normally I would have asked if you wanted to do DVD tonight, but I figured you probably wouldn't because you're really, really drunk.
Well, even aside from that, I know that you're doing God of War content until you finish with that. Because, I mean, you know, you might be bringing in new viewers that you would normally have and more money and all that, you know. It's not just your hobby anymore. It's like a second job because it's making you a decent amount. So I don't want to interrupt or interfere with that.
Oh, bugger. There's two of them. And they're angry. Left flank!
Come on, come on. Crap, unblockable. Also unblockable. No. No, get out of my way. Please be health, please be health. Yes. Are you a homosexual? Saying Java is the best computer language because it works on all systems is like saying anal sex is the best form of sex because it works on all genders.
Well, who's ready for some fresh air after that?
That was astonishingly well put. That's pretty fucking good.
That's an old joke.
I know. I'm gonna pet my cat. How you doing, Fred? Come on. Come on. I'm gonna put you on that. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. There you go. Ow! Ow! That hurts. That hurt a lot.
Ah, my nipples, they hurt.
They hurt when you twitch them.
Look, I wasn't trying to provoke you or cast doubt on your marriage. It just seems to me your thoughts haven't caught up to your instincts yet. And I know something about that. When we get out of here, I'll give you some space. Let you think carefully about whether you're ready for what it means to make this weapon and to use it. Meanwhile, I'll see what else I can learn while we're here. Maybe I'll send a few Einherjar back to Valhalla for good measure.
Well, you have fun now.
Hey, you made it! About time. I got everything all set here. Now we just gotta push on up to the fort.
Falky!
Hey.
Long as you know that ain't the way to the forge.
Okay. Alright, I just want to look around up here real quick, see if I can break anything. Yeah, this all looks fine. Alright, guys, that's going to do it for tonight, man.
Okay.
So I'm going to run some ads. I'm going to turn the stream off. I'll be back tomorrow. See you guys then. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. We went almost 5 hours tonight.
Yeah. Oof.
Uh,